beautiful people. It's kind of Love Babs Love Talk, but it's Love Babs Love Talk in conjunction with the Great Give.
Woo!
So every year this time, baby, nonprofits across this world gets ready to do the Great Give. And the Great Give is an opportunity for you to see up close and personal the organizations that you care about. Or if you don't have an organization that you care about, this would be a good time to pay attention and make your dollars mean something in these communities. So the leader of the pack is Jackie Downing. Hello, my dear. Nice to see you this morning.
Good morning, Bev. So nice to be here.
All right. So every time you come, I always have to ask, what's the goal this year?
The goal this year, well, as Jerry Lewis always said, $1 more than last year. But the goal this year was really to get more organizations involved.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what? We already did that. We have 510 organizations this year, up from 431 last year.
Wow.
So we've met one of our really big goals. We wanted this to be more inclusive. We wanted this to reach deeper into the community, to get to lots of the grassroots organizations that didn't realize that this was for them. And we have the big $40 million organizations in, but we have a lot of under $100,000, all volunteer, small grassroots organizations. And we're really excited about that.
That's great. So leading up to the Great Give, what's the lead up time, and how do you help people get? I know because the Freed Woman Fund applied and we got accepted, but I don't know if we're gonna launch today with everybody, but that's okay because there's so many other good organizations out there that are doing this for the first time. So what kind of support do you provide to the new folks, to the newbies?
To the newbies, well, we start early. We start planning as soon as this one's over. We debrief, figure out what went right, what went wrong, what we do better.
Mm-hmm.
What were the surprises? What did we learn? And we always learn from our organizations, and they tell us all the time what they need for next time. So we write that down and we think about it. And then we get started in earnest in about November.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we start talking to the organizations who participated in the past, or those that have joined Give Greater, the year-round platform, to make sure that they all understand it's a different platform. They have to opt in and say they want to participate. But if they're already in Give Greater, or they were in last year and they were successful, they're automatically in the next year.
Mm-hmm.
They don't have to do anything to register. Once we get those continuing folks done, then we start looking at the new organizations. So we started registration on February 1st.
Yep.
And we sent out to every nonprofit we could find emails. We did social media. We were on Twitter. We bought ads on all the platforms on Facebook to get the word out that we were looking for nonprofits. And we got a lot. We got a lot of new organizations that came in.
Were you surprised at the? Did you know these new ones, or was it a surprise?
Some of them were brand new to us. So, some of them we had not heard before. Some we knew were out there doing great work, and they just never felt as though they could come to the foundation. But
Mm-hmm.
the foundation's for everyone, so it's nice that they finally felt as though they could come in.
Mm-hmm.
And then through all of that, the GiveGab team, which is in Ithaca, based around Ithaca, New York, and our team here at the Community Foundation, try to support these organizations in every way we can. So we do lots of webinars to help organizations figure out how to be successful in all this. We do a specific first timers webinar that really slows it down and breaks it down and gives people a walk through the very basics of this is how you log in, and this is what you should be saying, and this is a strategy, because there's so much to do with the Great Give.
Mm-hmm.
A person can be overwhelmed. An organization.
I'm gonna tell you, Jackie Downing, as much as I have done this, I was overwhelmed when it came to my organization. I was like, oh, this is a lot of work. Not a lot of work that it's insurmountable work, but it's a lot of work on top of the work that you do. So you have to be really focused about how to do this. So Jackie, talk a little bit about, because I know we've got folks lining up as we speak. What makes for a successful Great Give campaign? What have you seen over the years where people have had great success? What are some of those strategies?
It's about networking. And it's about how many people you can get to champion your organization, your cause. I, as one person, I can reach out to my friends and my family, but I have a small circle. My friends, my family, the people I work with, people I worship with, that's what I've got. If there were 5 of me all championing my organization, that's 5 times the circle. If there are a board of directors of 10, then I've got 10 times. If I've got customers, clients, participants in my programs who love me so much that they're willing to go out and get their friends and family, then maybe I've got 50 people that are championing my cause. So it's all about the networking. We put a lot of money into advertising for the Great Give. So we're on radio, we're on television, we're in print media, we're on social media, we're on the bus tails. We create buzz.
Yes.
Everybody in New Haven has seen something about the Great Give.
Oh, it's everywhere. It's like the Met Gala of giving.
So we put the buzz out there, but then we ask organizations to honestly and openly tell their story. What difference is this money going to make to you and the people that you serve? What difference are you going to make in the community because you're getting this money? And then reach out to everyone you can. The gifts start at $5. You don't have to be, a mega millionaire to participate in the Great Give. And that's the beauty of it. That's what Gigi, my little friend here, she's our mascot. She's an acorn, a small thing.
Nice to see her again.
Grow. Yep. She's stepping out. There are actually 2 of them. Right now, her sister is with Spanish Community of Wallingford, and she's in a beautiful mariachi dress, and she's about to perform with the mariachi band. And she goes out for mango margaritas, mango jalapeno margaritas during the Great Give.
What I love about the Great Give is that people come into this like, I know the organizations I want to serve, and I have this kind of money to give to them. But then they pay attention and they come across other organizations that they had no idea about, and they're like, are so moved that they have to put a little money over there too. Which I love those stories.
Yeah, and that's what we hope people will do. We hope you'll go in and support your favorites in the most generous way you possibly can, but also learn about new organizations. I mean, if you like animal causes, or you like the arts, or you like the environment, or you like health, or you like youth services or social justice, you can search by those areas and see what organizations are doing good work. We also have a bunch of matches this year from different sponsors. And those are also linked on the site. It's thegreatgive.org. They're linked on the site. So we have a $15,000 match from our Black Futures Fund. Any organization that is a Black-led or really primarily Black-serving organization will get matching dollars, not dollar for dollar, but prorated. But it's based on the number of donors. So if you can give to a new organization that happens to be a Black-led organization, or a Latinx-led organization, we have the Progreso Latino Fund, or a literacy organization, New Alliance, or an elderly organization, Griswold Home Care. If you can give a $5 gift to those organizations that you don't know, but you read what they do and you see they're doing good work, that's also going to earn them match money. And that makes a huge difference to an organization.
So last year, you raised a lot of money during COVID times. We're still in COVID times, but we were in the height of it. And it was stunning that people gave the way that they did. So what are your thoughts this year on what giving might look like?
Well, we're hoping that people may be in a better place this year. I mean, life is expensive. Inflation is through the roof. Our gas prices are really high. But for the most part, people are back to work. And kids are back in school, so that means parents can be back at work. So we're hoping that people can continue to be generous. And, now's the time that we're looking at the organizations that really got us through the last 2 years. These nonprofits, when we all holed up and sheltered in place and didn't go anywhere, these nonprofits were out there on the front line. The arts organizations were entertaining us online. The health organizations were taking care of us. The basic needs organizations were still providing food and shelter. They were out there doing all this when the rest of us were being home and safe. We have to say thank you in any way that we can, even through a small gift, to be able to recognize what they've been through, because these are our friends and neighbors. I mean, these aren't, national organizations that are off somewhere that we'll never see. This is the guy who lives down the street who happens to work for a nonprofit. So we're hoping that our friends and neighbors will support our friends and neighbors, and be able to support those organizations that really got us through the last 2 years in the most generous way they can.
Mm. Well, I know you got a lot on your plate today. I know you got a lot to do. I know you're monitoring and looking.
Oh, yeah.
And
want the scoop? I have the early bird winners. I have the early bird winners.
That's my favorite thing, the early birds.
And they don't know it yet. So you got the scoop here. I was a journalism major. I got this. I know what you need. So I've got the scoop for you. So the Valley Community Foundation, our partner in philanthropy, does a $1,000 early bird prize. And that prize is going to what I have to say is the cutest organization in the Great Give. It is Bunlandia Rabbit Rescue and Rehab.
I love it.
Bunlandia. They take bunnies and rehab and rescue bunnies. So Bunlandia.
I had no idea there was a bunny rescue out there.
Yeah, who knew?
Oh, that is the cutest thing.
So that's the one Valley early bird prize, and New Haven has 4 $1,000 early bird prizes for today. Again, tomorrow morning, same thing. Another 5 will be given out tomorrow morning. So it's a good time to give between 8 and 9 in the morning.
Wow.
And the 4 this morning that are going out are Make Haven.
Yeah, I'm a fan of them.
Phenomenal I Am.
I'm a fan of them too.
The New Haven Symphony Orchestra.
Huge fan.
And Haven's Harvest.
Yay. I don't know them, but I know all the other 3.
Haven's Harvest is an organization that rescues food. So when you go to a catered event or a restaurant or a dining hall and there's food left at the end of the day, they go and get it and they bring it to local pantries. So it's not being transported far. It's going from the Yale Dining Hall to the church across the street, or it's going from a restaurant in Branford to a Branford food pantry or soup kitchen, so that they are rescuing food. So it's not going to waste. It's being immediately used by people around. So it's
wow. I had no idea. And I always wondered about that, Jackie, because I go to a lot of events, as you sometimes go to a lot of events, in our lifetime. And so there's always leftover food. So I'm so glad that that's in our community.
Yep. In fact, they were we had our annual meeting on Monday night, and we had little nosh boxes for folks to take, individually packaged nosh boxes of vegetables and cheeses and hummus, and Haven's Harvest came at the end and took all the nosh boxes that were left over, and so that they're not going to go to waste. They're going to go to good people. I want to point out one other great thing that's happening today.
Yes.
Between 8 and 9 tonight is the Bank of America Power Hour, Raise the Curtain for the Arts Power Hour. So between 8 and 9 tonight, the Bank of America will match, prorated match with a $10,000 pool, all the gifts that go to visual and performing arts organizations. But the arts organizations are giving back, and a lot of them are doing performances, either recorded before or live performances. Best Video has a show up at Best Video, have a little nosh, have something to eat, and go to a live performance. But lots of them have recorded performance or gallery tours. And we have a page linked off the greatgive.org website. It'll be on a banner tonight. After 3 o'clock, you'll be able to link and see all the different performances you can go to see. So if you've never been to Orchestra New England, or you haven't been to Arts in CT, or you haven't seen the Whitney Players, or the New Haven Ballet's Nutcracker, you can go see that tonight.
Oh, wow.
At 8 o'clock tonight, you can click on the links and you can be entertained for an hour. And then we hope you will give generously during that hour to the arts organizations that give you that entertainment.
Oh, I love it. What else? I know you got some more little goodies.
Yeah. So here's a big secret on that one. I'm in 2 of those performances. So.
Whoa. Oh, that's worth the price of admission right there.
So you gotta look through and take a look and see which ones I'm in there.
Oh,
so,
I love that. I love that. It's almost like a scavenger hunt. Oh, that's great. So 8 to 9 tonight.
8 to 9 tonight. The Bank of America Raise the Curtain for the Arts Power Hour. Be entertained and give.
And give. Oh, that's a wonderful. Is that new this year?
Yep.
Okay. All right. I
Yeah.
love
Bank
it.
of
I love
America has
it.
been with us for a lot of years. They've been with us for a lot of years, but this year they turned it into a power hour to make it a little more punchy. And I think it's going to do the job for the arts organizations. Come on. What did we do during the pandemic? We all sat and watched movies. We sat and watched performances. We all streamed Hamilton, right? Well, those are artists, and those artists get paid. Those artists need to be paid. So we have to support those organizations that got us through and kept our mental health. I mean, that's really what arts did for
Listen,
us.
we didn't realize how much we needed art until this pandemic. And we realized art was our saving grace.
Mhm.
Our
Mhm.
saving grace. So if you
Yeah.
can give today, good people, give greatly, give generously, give beautifully. I mean, yeah, you got your core organizations you give to, but think about one or two arts organizations, throw some money their way so they can continue to sort of be our saving grace.
Right? Thegreatgive.org.
Thegreatgive.org. So periodically throughout the day, we'll put up the Great Give site so people can like sort of look on in between the conversations that we have with people who are coming up. And we've got a great roster of folks who are participating today on WNHH. So we're doing the marathon right along with you.
And Babs, while we just spoke, we picked over $500,000 already.
No, Jackie Downing, are you kidding me?
We just 501 is where we are at. 501.
Oh, y'all gonna exceed your goal, whatever the goal is.
This community is gonna kill it. I have great faith in Greater New Haven.
Well, you know what? I do think, Jackie, that there's a real momentum to this Great Give. Like people were very excited. I mean, I serve on a couple of boards that were getting excited about it. I co-chair the Common Ground board, and we've been buzzing over there for weeks about this Great Give, and what that looks like for us. I know we're excited over at Long Wharf Theater. I mean, I know we're excited. So there's some good stuff going on. So, well, I know I'll see you tomorrow morning, right? You jumping on tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow after, am I?
I don't know.
I don't know. No, I don't think so. I think I'm coming tomorrow afternoon into the studio.
Oh, into the studio. So you'll probably be with Paul or somebody, and then that'll be like Update City, right? Like we'll see where we are.
If you want me to check in the morning, let me know. I can always do that.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much, Jackie Downing. It's always good to see you.
You too, Babs. Thank you so much for all you do for all of us. Appreciate it.
Well, you're very kind. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Let the Great Give keep moving on. All right. So I got somebody sitting in the waiting room. We're going to bring them on, see what's happening. Woo! This radio marathon stuff I love this stuff. Okay. I see you, whoever you are, Julie. Oh, no, that's somebody working. So I'm waiting for.
It's Julie Lister that's going to come on, and Candace Wright.
Oh, okay, they're from Solar Youth.
Yeah.
This is Solar Youth.
I guess they logged in, waiting for us. So I guess they'll be right back.
Okay, maybe they'll be. Harry, we're gonna have a good time today. Hello, Solar Youth, wherever you are. Come back.
So actually, maybe this is their talent, right? And hold on, because I noticed that I came in, and on our site, let me shut off that video. All right, there you go. Because on our site, I have the donor board. The how much raised, right? So it's above us and below us. Oh, they just left.
Oh, well, maybe they're going to come back in because they're not scheduled till 9:30. Right?
Oh, okay.
As I'm looking at the calendar, they're scheduled for 9:30.
Oh yeah, so since I have it all wrapped up, I'm gonna have to play with it when people come on, but since there's nobody in the room right now, what we'll do is this.
Oh, we're gonna pull it up.
I'm gonna show you what I'm doing here.
Okay, I can't seem to find my great give. Oh, is it?
Yeah, so you're listening to Love Babs Love Talk slash The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. And can you see that, Babs?
Yes, I see it. 2,960 donors, $510,317 raised, 510 organizations.
Whoa! You see us? We're going into
Yeah, I see us going into infinity.
We're going into the multiverse.
Well, if somebody got to go, Harry, might as well be us. It might as well be us.
We slipped into you know what happened? We fell off the flat earth.
Oh, is that what that is?
That's what it is.
Okay. All right,
We slipped right off.
I'll take
Okay,
that.
here we go. Candace Wright is in the room. So
Okay. Solar Youth.
and
Good morning, Candace Wright. Unmute yourself. Good morning. Oh, happy great give.
Happy great give.
So now are you the new leader over there at Solar Youth?
Yes, I am. Babs, I'm loving your purple hair. It's giving me great joy right now. Sorry, that's fully off topic. I'm like,
no, girl, that's fine. I always take a compliment. What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Now, I know Solar Youth because I knew your predecessor very well. She's a good friend of mine. And I remember when she started Solar Youth back in the day, like a gazillion years ago. So it's nice to see that it's still around. And it's nice to see that the sister's leading it up. So tell me about Solar Youth and tell me what y'all are looking to do. And were you given some instructions about how to show up today? Like, do you have a poem or a song or something?
I do. I did bring a poem as well. So whatever order you want me to go in, I'm happy to. I guess I'll just start with saying, yes, I'm the new leader at Solar Youth, but I'm not new. I've been around working with Solar Youth for 14 years, as many different roles, as many of us do in nonprofits. And this last few years, with the support of the board, Joanne, all the staff members that came before me, I feel like this is what I've been working hard to do to step into this role. So I'm really excited, and I'm really just grateful for all of this years of training that has led me to this moment, unexpectedly, but expectedly, right? So great work ahead. It's a title. Nothing stops happening every day. Solar Youth, the simplest, our mission is to empower youth to achieve lifelong success. Most of the neighborhoods that we serve, youth and families, are in the most needed neighborhoods. We have partnerships with ECC, so we are in neighborhoods, and we are currently in Catherine Britton School as well. So that has been our core mission. And then being in the neighborhood is also from day one has been our core mission as well. It gives us great access to families. They can depend on us. We're the constant, and we see firsthand what they need, what they're going through. Also makes it easier for them to show up. They can just walk outside and there's our office. So
all right. So what does Solar Youth do? Hey, Julie Lister, nice to see you. Unmute yourself if you're going to join the conversation.
Hi, Julie.
Does Julie work? Are you on staff or are you a board member?
I am on staff, and I am the external relations director. So I work on, I do a lot of grant writing and fundraising, communicating with investors and donors.
Okay. All right. So Candace, tell us, what does Solar Youth do? What's the mission?
Yeah. So Solar Youth, we're after school program, but we also do a variety of things on the weekends and trips. I would say we do a lot of everything, but focusing really on environmental education. We have some core elements: nonviolent communication, mindfulness, youth-led problem solving, and leadership. So those are some of our core elements. Most people know us for the environmental education piece. We've taken kids on awesome hiking trips, overnight camping trips, you name it, we've probably done it. And most of our kids have been with us since 5 years old, all the way up until an internship as a teenager. So it's a
Mhm.
great cycle of stewardship, if that's what we call it, cycle of stewardship. So
How
yeah,
many kids? How many kids in the program? In a
right now,
given year, given the month, time.
given
Like, how do you
year-
measure that?
so we have different seasons. Jump in, Julie, if I'm cutting you off. I didn't see you.
Oh,
We have-
okay, no problem. I was just going to say annually it's about 150 youth,
there you go.
and we serve from ages 5 all the way up through high school and sometimes beyond.
Okay. All right. So, it's a year-round program.
Yes, year round. We're gearing up for our summer camp. This year, we're partnering with Boys and Girls Club, who Barbara Chesler, they're killing it in the Great Give right now. I'm loving to see that.
You mean the
but-
Boys and Girls Club across town on Columbus Avenue?
Yeah, this is our
I'm a fan. I used to serve on that board many, many, many years ago. So I'm a
Love-
huge fan of the Boys and Girls Club. It's the second oldest Boys and Girls Club in the country.
yes, yes.
Really?
They are, we're partnering with them again this summer to run a summer camp. We did a great partnership last year. I'm really looking forward to it again this year. We just enjoy bringing what we both have to serve more youth. So we're hoping to serve 125 youth this summer.
So how did y'all do during the pandemic? Like what happened to the organization while we were all locked down? Because kids had to do something.
They sure did.
I'm definitely locked down, but we did virtual programming for a while. Then we did like program in a box. We sent kids home with like a kit for all their program activities. We had wonderful donors donate amazing food. Lots of food deliveries. That's something that we normally is not our focus, but at that time we said, okay, what is the need? So a lot of our staff spent their afternoons or mornings dropping off lunches and breakfasts from New Haven Public Schools. It was really hard for families to get to every single day with multiple kids. Then we had some FOSSE, we call them FOSSE, Friends of Solar Youth, donate some.
Oh, I like that. You got your own little acronym. All right.
I always laugh at that word because my husband's Jamaican and he's like, do you know what FOSSE means? And like, you know,
Oh
in
no,
past-
girl, you got to do it in the patois.
you know, both are Caribbean. But
All right.
yeah, lots of great things.
All right. So, all right. Because I know you got a poem for us, but where do you see Solar Youth going? Like, what is the mood of the organization right now? What's the future looking like?
Yeah, the mood right now is, you know, to have, how do we come out on the next generation? You know, the Solar Youth has had one founder, one leader for 22, 23 years. And I really wanted, and the board wanted to take our time with that transition, give it space, give it an opportunity for all of us to figure out what's next. So right now we're going through a strategic visioning plan, which will be happening over the next 6 months. And just remembering like who we are, what we do well, what we don't want to compromise on. What are the things that we know we will always keep about our Solar Youth? What are some things we want to add to Solar Youth? Youth development at its core will always have its core elements per se, but what do we want to add? I know a lot of the teens are really interested in social justice, doing more work around like how can they impact their community, what's happening in today's world, and we can help them access certain funding to do some of that. But yeah, we're really just trying to reset. It's been 3 years since we've had our in-person annual benefit. So right now we're like, what can we do with the staff that we have, but also remembering who we are as we go forward. So we always say we like Solar Youth has this special sauce, and we're really tapping into like, what's that special sauce? Like when I say Solar Youth, they're like, oh, Solar Youth. And I'm like, great, I love that your face does that. Now let me tell you more about who we are, what we do, and why you should give. So yeah, we're really tapping into that. And it's an exciting time. Hopefully the pandemic will will keep subsiding, allow us to do some of that work in person. But we're excited, and the kids are excited to just get out and have a good summer.
All right. So before you go into your poem, tell people why they should give today to Solar Youth.
Oh wow! Isn't it obvious? It's obvious for me, but let me tell people why it should be obvious for them. We have two great individual donors. One, Eater Family Foundation, Andy is giving a match of $10,000. The Louis Shaderman Foundation, longtime supporter of Solar Youth, is giving $12,000. So every dollar up to $22,000 will be matched. And the obvious reason you should give, because this is supporting New Haven youth. I mean, if I had this program around when I was a kid, I imagine it would have transformed my life. And I feel like the best thing for people to do is support the community that they live in. And why not start with young people? They're the future. Cliche as it sounds, but they are the future.
No, they are. It's not a cliche. It really is true.
It's really true.
Old people not going to save the earth. It's going to be young people.
Right. There's so many things. And I know there's so many causes, right? There's so many places you can give to. But right now, the youth really need our support, especially the youth that we serve. Coming out of this pandemic, they've experienced many, many, many challenges. And we just want to be the one constant in their life that they know will support them as they go forward. And so I can't think of another reason besides that right there to give. And I really urge New Haven to step up and support the organizations like us.
Oh, thank you very much. All right. Give us your poem.
Oh, yay. I'm so excited. Okay. So I honestly, I had to think about what I was going to read. But honestly, first I thought about my father this morning. He used to tell me when I was young to stop using the word can't. And it used to annoy me because I'm like, I'm not saying can't. Like, I believe. And he's like, no, you say it all the time. And I imagine it kind of dampened my self-esteem and eagerness. So I'm going to read a poem today that's called Can't by Edgar Guest, amazing American poet. Look him up if you don't know him. And it's called Can't. So here we go. Can't is the worst word that's written or spoken, doing more harm here than slander and lies. On it is many strong spirit broken, and with it many good purpose dies. It springs from the lips of thoughtfulness each morning and robs us of the courage we need through the day. It rings in our ears like a timely sent warning and laughs when we falter and fall by the way. Can't is the father of feeble endeavor, the parent of terror and half-hearted work. It weakens the efforts of artisans clever and makes of the toiler an indolent shirk. It poisons the soul of the man with a vision. It stifles in infancy many a plan. It greets honest toiling with open derision and mocks at the hopes and the dreams of man. Can't is a word none should speak without blushing. To utter it should be a symbol of shame. Ambition and courage, it daily is crushing. It blights a man's purpose and shortens his aim. Despise it with all hatred of error. Refuse it, the lodgment it seeks in your brain. Arm against it as a creature of terror, and all that you dream of you someday shall gain. Can't is the word that is foe to ambition, an enemy ambush to shatter your will. Its prey is forever the man with a mission, and bows but to courage and patience and skill. Hate it, hate it, hate it, with hatred that's deep and undying. For once it is welcome to break any man. Whatever the goal you're seeking, keep trying and answer this demon by saying, I can.
Yay! And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Candace Wright from Solar Youth and Judy Lister. Good luck to y'all today. I'm glad y'all are
Thank you so much.
I'm glad y'all are thriving. I appreciate that poem that sets the tone. I can. And I hope y'all hit all your matches today. Thank y'all for being with us on the
Thank you for the opportunity.
Radiothon. Oh, absolutely. I'll see y'all next year.
Okay. That's true. Thanks so much.
All right, we're going to keep this great gift train moving. They're logging out. Somebody is logging in. And we are doing the daggone thing. Good morning, everybody. So now I've got, let's see, who do I have this morning? Ooh, Sarah Lubarowski. The Lubarowski? Oh, she's logging in. Her audio is logging on. Hey, Sarah. Unmute yourself.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hey, Sarah, you have a really nice kitchen.
Thank you. You know, can you hear me? Because I'm not.
Yes. No, I hear you.
Good. Oh, thank you. I love it. I'm a huge cook. So
I could tell a chef's kitchen, like a cook's kitchen, because it looks well appointed.
thank you so much for having me.
It is my joy. Now you're coming from the Connecticut Women's Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
I don't think I know anything about this organization. Tell me about this organization. And you do have a talent or a song or something before you go.
I have a poem.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So tell me about the Connecticut Women Hall of Fame, because I don't think I know this organization.
Oh, well, then I'm delighted that you don't, in a way, because now I get to blab about us, because I think you're fantastic. So the Connecticut Women's Hall of Fame is going to be 30 years old in 2023. And we're located on the campus of Southern Connecticut State University, where we have been happily situated for the last 15 years. And our mission is to inspire the next generation of female leaders. And we do that through educational programs in the school and out in the community. We do a lot in the New Haven School District with our See It, Be It program, because you have to see it to be it. Mm-hmm. And we use our inductees. We have 136 inductees.
Wow.
And anybody can see them on our virtual hall at cwhf.org. And we use our inductees as role models to talk about women's history and the obstacles they had to overcome, and the contributions that they made in our communities, in our state, in our world, to give inspiration to the next generation coming up. Like, if you run into issues, look at these women and what they had to deal with and how they overcame those obstacles. Wow. We do have our induction ceremony every year. That's our biggest fundraiser and the start of actually our educational programs for the year under a certain theme. But all the other days of the year, we're in classrooms or out in the community talking about women's history, both past and current history.
So tell me, how do you choose these women? And give me some names of some women who've been inducted.
Oh boy. Well, let me see. Katharine Hepburn, Anne Petrie, Catherine Houghton Hepburn, her mother, Regina Rush Kittle, who is now the chief administrator of the city of New Haven, Anika Noni Rose, Tina Weymouth. We induct women from all different areas of expertise and, politics. Rosa DeLauro is one of our inductees. So we have a very, very, all kinds of different women in all kinds of different fields, because we feel like we should talk about how women excel in everything.
Yes, because
so we have a committee.
It is a wonderful thing to say and to see, right?
Yes. And we have, a committee that comes up with the theme every year. This year, our theme is women in sports, because they're the smallest group in the hall. So we thought we should, make it larger this year, and it'll be held at the Connecticut Convention Center on October 20th.
Wow. So why should people give to y'all this for the great gift for these 2 days?
Well, we'll be using the money to help support our educational programs. I mean, I think every nonprofit is kind of feeling still a little bit of the heat from COVID. And so luckily for us, through the generosity of the Connecticut Humanities, we were able to rehire a part-time person to help educate, to help support our educational programs with our education manager. But of course, we want to do more. We want to be able to expand. So this money will help us expand those in-school programs and expand our educational programs out in the community. And we do a lot, like I said, across the state. We don't get any federal funding or state funding for the hall. So we rely very much on our individual donors and different foundations and also corporations to be able to continue to do our work.
Okay. And how big is your team?
We have 6 people. So we're small but mighty. When you get a group of strong women together, a lot of things can happen.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I love it. I love it. I love it. All right. So what does the Great Give mean to y'all to this in this COVID times? What does it mean?
Well, it's nice to have the support of the foundation, of the Greater New Haven Foundation, and also of the people that give through this and it makes us feel good that people believe in our mission. Because when people don't just give to anybody, they give to people where they feel like, they believe in the mission and they believe in the people that trying to implement the mission out in the community. Because we know that, not everybody can afford to give amounts of money, and any amount of money is so appreciated and really adds up. So it's always nice to have support of the community that you are in, and we are in the New Haven community.
I love it. I love it. Okay, so I know you have a poem.
I do, and it's by a poet, Fareen Zehra, which I'm slaughtering her name, but you spell her name Farheenzehra, and it's called Women and Education.
Wow. Okay.
Men were considered to excel in education, but now women are taking up the tradition, excelling in arts, science, and commerce. Women have really made competition fierce. For household chores, women are considered, but now you see Sunita Williams flying high on Earth. She's an astronaut, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
So let us all bear in mind that women are never behind. They can conquer any situation by showing sheer determination. Educate your girl child so she can fight her right. Make her very strong so that she can distinguish right and wrong.
Thank you very much.
I'm
wishing you every success this morning as you all rally folks, your networks, to give greatly, to give today, to give tomorrow. And I hope and pray that all your prayers are answered during this great gift.
Right back at you. Thank you so much.
And it was lovely to meet you. And
it was lovely to meet you too. I hope to see you around in New Haven.
Yes, I'm gonna be looking out for you for the work that y'all do now that I am aware of you. So
excellent.
Thanks for coming on this morning.
Thanks so much.
All right, have a good day.
You too.
Yes. So the Great Give Radiothon is moving on, peoples. We are doing it up here on WNHH 103.5. I'm so happy to dedicate Love Babz Love Talk to be a part of this. Like this is fun, Harry. This is real fun.
Yeah, I mean, I rarely, find the organization that I go, oh yeah, I know that organization. But yeah, I'm waiting. I'm still waiting, Babs.
That's all right. I know you are. I know you're listening intently. I was thinking Solar Youth might move you a little bit.
Well, yeah, that's one thing. I love people who are interested in actually motivating and basically saving our youth so they could save us.
Yeah. That's a good way to put that, Harry.
Yes. So I am, that's one of them I have on the side right now. So we'll see.
Okay. All right. So do you just keep a running list of all the folks that you listen to on Great Give and then you give, or do you I'm gonna give right now to that organization?
No, at the end of it all, I'll look at the ones who piqued my interest and go to their websites and stuff like that, and then go to the Great Gives website and give.
Okay. So now do you start with the budget, Harry? Like, did you wake up and said, okay, my great give budget this year is, you don't have to tell me what it is, but do you create a budget?
I do have a number that I'm willing to forego this morning.
So the amount that you have, is there room to go like a little bit more, depending on if you hear an organization that just like, oh my God, I didn't know about this organization, I really like it?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like if I choose 5 organizations and one really I'm excited about, I'll give more to that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love that you have a plan. I love that you have a plan. And I think this is a good example for people to hear that you can plan out your giving this way, particularly if, you want to spread you want to spread the wealth, so to speak. Like, we ain't Elon Musk up in here, but we all can give, Harry. And as Jackie Downing said, as little as $5.
Yeah.
So all right, let's keep the train running. So we got the wonderful and talented Reverend Benita Grubbs, who I've not seen in quite some time. From community.
Oh, you're joining me. Woohoo! I'm joining you.
Action. Hey! And you're my soror too, aren't you?
Hey, let's see. Is it a pink and green, or is it a red and white?
Red and white, girl. What's wrong with you?
Then yes, I'm one of those.
You see me in all this red.
I see that, but I just, just in
nice
case.
To see you. I feel like I haven't seen you since this whole pandemic. I have not.
No, I've been in hiding.
Well, listen, we all had to be like out the way because,
I won't tell you the story, but I will say this, that I've quoted part of Amazing Grace that says, through many dangers, toils, and snares, I'm stuck there. I want to get to the point where I sing God's praise, but there are days when I'll go, I guess.
I feel you on that, girl. I feel you. So everybody knows who Reverend Benita Grubbs is. She is the leader of the Christian Community Action. And what's your great give looking like?
Well, it looks like we are in 9th place, and we're grateful for every person, every family member who has provided us with needed funding, not just to maintain the programs that we operate, but really the things that we want to do going forward.
Okay. So tell people, I know everybody knows, but what is it that Christian Community Action does?
Well, I would start with mission. We say we offer help, housing, and hope. And the reason why those 3 H's are important to us is because it starts with the individual areas of help that we provide to people. So it's emergency housing, food pantry, diaper bank, and a range of other neighborhood type services in the community. We have the housing program for families. We're looking forward to the repurposing of our program on Winchester Avenue, which I won't say much more about.
That's in my neighborhood because, I live on Ivy Street. So it's just a block up from me.
Oh,
so
my goodness.
I didn't hear anything because you're the Ivy Street School, right? Is that the?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's something that is in the works, and there's more to say about that, but I won't say much more now, other than to say that what address on Ivy Street do you live? You can tell me later.
Oh no, I'll tell you now. 75.
Okay. So you'll get an invite whenever it happens, but
I'll walk
it's
right on
something
down there. And that was my school when I was a child.
I'm sorry.
That was my school when I was a child. When I was little. I was like,
it's a very different building than when you were a child. I'm not saying anything about your age. Not at all, Babs.
Listen, I just turned 59 on May 2nd. So girl,
okay.
Listen, it's all right.
Well, God bless you. God bless you. That's for sure.
Okay. So
and the other thing that I wanted to mention is really the hope, because it's not just about the individual areas and individual programs that we offer to individuals. And families, but it's really trying to instill hope in them and try to give them a sense of hope so that whatever the step is that they've taken in terms of a problem or an issue that they've addressed, or the lack of hope or despair, that we can really work with them in a person-centered way. to
Mhm.
allow for individuals to know that there is a better day tomorrow or a better day later on today with services that we provide. And we engage in advocacy to a grassroots level. So that's also where the hope comes in.
Do you have a Great Give goal? Did y'all set a goal?
I think we did, but I'm not sure of what it is. Let's put it this way. We will have and receive as much in the way of kindness as we can possibly get and say thank you.
That's very, very diplomatic. I love that. I love that. So now, did you come on with a poem or scripture? What you gonna do for?
Well, I'm going to do a poem today.
Okay. I thought you was gonna grace us with a little bit of a sermon, but that's just my.
I don't think I
wish
have enough time to be able to do that. What I will give you is a verse of scripture. All things work together for good for those who love the Lord and are called according to his purpose. That is God's purpose. But when I was thinking about what I wanted to share, one of the poems in Amanda Gorman's book, Call Us What We Carry. Okay. One of the poems in Amanda Gorman's Call Us What We Carry book is entitled Every Day We Are Learning. Every day we are learning how to live with essence, not ease, how to move with haste, never hate, how to leave this pain that is beyond us behind us. Just like a skill or any art, we cannot possess hope without practicing it. It is the most fundamental craft we demand of ourselves. That's my poem for today.
And why did you choose that one?
Well, because it really is a process of, doing and learning and understanding and adjusting. And we've had to do a lot of that over the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. And so holding on to the hope of this, of our times is really important. There's a scripture that says, oh, shucks, now well, I'll just keep going. This is the day that the Lord has made. This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. That's what she tried to say. And I also wanted to get in as a reminder from one of my staff that we have a goal of $40,000.
Okay. All right. So, and that $40,000 will allow y'all to do what?
Well, continue to provide the services, continue to advance the programs that we offer, continue to help people in need. It's most general, and we are grateful for every contribution that individuals have made. And it really is not just on the maintenance side. As an example, we have our ARISE Center, which is short for Accessing Resources for Independent Skill Building and Employment. One of our hopes is to be able to hire an employment specialist to be able to build out that program for folks who are in a situation of help and really give them secondary type of service provision and programming so that they can reach that I in ARISE, which is independence. So we really want to be able to take the next step.
So Reverend Benita Grubbs, I mean, these are challenging times, and the pandemic has really shed a huge light on the stuff that you already knew what was happening. How do you move to the future with what you know and what you have seen? Do you feel hopeful? Do you feel like at some point Christian Community Action can sunset?
Is sunset as in what?
Like all services, like, and we'll get to a place in the land where we won't need this kind of supportive wraparound services, that people will get to a place where all needs will be met because.
Yeah, I would certainly like to believe that, but I know that from the standpoint of individual decision-making and the fact that we are human, not perfect, we make mistakes, we get into circumstances that we think will work for us. We are in a process of growth always from baby to adulthood. And so I think the natural progression of life includes ups and downs. And that there's no such thing as a straight line for us to be able to walk down that leads from place to place. There are bumps, there are challenges, there are things that come up that we never expect, and people who hurt us and people who disappoint us. That's part of the human condition. We've all sinned and come short of the glory of God, Scripture says. And so what we try to do is to intervene, yes, in the individual service provision on the emergency side, but most of all, and increasingly, it is to provide people with that sense that though today is not a good day, that tomorrow can be better. That though this week might not be a good week, but we can get you to next month and you can talk to us in the way in which you wish. And we can listen to what it is that you're saying and to be able to point to a direction. And sometimes those words are not always good because, you know, we have as human beings free will. And that notion of free will allows us to make decisions that are not always good decisions. So how do we take people where they are and help them to move to a place where they say that they want to be with the information, the expertise, and the compassion that we have to be able to do that. And we're also talking about not just heads of household singularly, but the family unit as well. And so there is a family-centered and person-centered approach to what it is that we do. We're looking at everything and really trying to support people and the heads of household in particular for looking to a better station in life, and a better future than the current present.
Oh, so before I let you go, tell folks why they should give and give generously to Christian Community Action.
I'll give you the two words, arise, because that's what we want to be able to do. And it's short for accessing resources for independence, skill building, and employment. That's a comprehensive program that connects with our Hillside Family Shelter and the new program, the return of the program on Winchester Avenue. We want to make, as a colleague of mine says, the God difference, but also the good difference in people's lives, and to be able to give them a pathway, not just to end homelessness, but to end their homelessness by creating opportunities on the other side and supporting them in the process of making that transition from homelessness to being housed and healthy and whole, and really able to stand on their own 2 feet and to make the kinds of changes and challenge and changes in their lives that they might be able to really not need the services in the future. And we stay engaged with it. Oh, and also we want to be able to advocate for changes that need to be made in public policy so that we can actually make that path along the road to independence a little smoother, more level.
It's such a pleasure to see you. I'm
Same
glad
here.
you're still out here in these streets.
Well, yes,
doing this
indeed.
work.
Well, you know, it's not my work, it's God's work. And that's how I look at it. It's ministry. It's really trying to allow for individuals to be set free, however you define that free. And it's not monetarily, it's really spiritually, physically, and psychologically. And how we can do that and support individuals and families in need is the goal of this agency. Again, with the idea of promoting independence.
It's good to see you, Reverend
All
Sorrow
right,
Benita Grubbs.
All right, you take care, and
You
we'll
take
see each
care.
other soon.
Yes, I hope so. I really hope so. Thank you for being with us this morning. So
All right.
listen, we're out here on these great give streets. The good Reverend Benita Grubbs was just with us from Christian Community Action. Harry, they're doing some amazing work. And the building that she's talking about, Ivy Street School, is just the block up from me. I went to that school. So they're trying to turn it into safe housing and sacred housing for, families and individuals who might need it. So I'm looking forward to see what they do with it. So
Yeah, you asked the question whether we're gonna come to a time where all of these services aren't needed. But no, Babs.
no.
No. I mean,
I guess you're right, Harry.
I mean, look at us. It's insane out there.
Yes, you're right, Harry. You're right. It's a no. So all these programs all they could do is grow.
And right on the screen it says 510 organizations are part of the Great Give.
Mm-hmm.
It could be a whole lot more, right? And it's not like, I mean, New Haven is one of those places where there's a lot of services, right?
Yeah.
But more is needed, right? It's insane how, so it's like, is it ever going to come to a day that no services are needed? No way. No way, because like she said, we're so human.
we're not a little bit human. We're a
No.
lot human.
Yeah, we're so human. The human condition is real. It's a
I mean, you heard
condition.
Jackie Downing from the Community Foundation say, you know, they went from 400 and some odd or nonprofits to
Yeah.
500 and something this year. Like, you know, so
Yeah.
there's people out there providing all kinds of stuff. Although, Harry, I would like to see the bunny rescue service. I would.
You know, I kind of felt bad because I've been talking about cooking rabbits lately.
I know, Harry. See, look at God. Look at God. now you got to go over there and give a couple of dollars to the rabbit. The rabbit save people. The
I know.
rescue. The rabbit
The rabbit
rescue, Harry.
rescue.
Just for all the foolishness of eating them.
I'm talking about replacing chicken with rabbits, and she has a bunny rescue.
She said the bunny rescue. I was like, Harry, once you see the bunny rescue, Harry, you cannot eat them. Look at God, Harry. Look at God. Look at God. Look at God. Look at God.
Oh,
Woo!
talking about that, Betsy, you see, I saw yesterday that they have a bone-in vegan chicken wing. So a bone-in. So they even give you the effect of having a chicken bone in the vegan chicken wing.
Would that make you eat it? Like, does that sway you, Harry?
Maybe if I could get
All it takes is a vegan bone.
yeah, maybe, because then I'm thinking to myself, you could fool me with that. I have to fool myself. It's like the Matrix, right? So it's like you have to reprogram me, and maybe a bone would help with the programming.
Wow.
I don't know, but
Wow.
but I was like, what? I mean, can you get any more conniving though?
Why you gotta be conniving?
You put a bone in vegan chicken wing. It's not.
Well, you know what? Because they're trying to show you, Harry, that you don't have to actually eat real meat to get that meat vibe, right? Like you don't have to, and even if you just cut it down a little bit. So I'm just saying. So we're here, everybody. It's a little after 10. Did we say 103.5 WNHH?
Oh yeah.
It's the Great Give Radiothon.
Yeah, the Great Give Radiothon on the Love Babs Love Talk Show on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio.
I love it. I tell you, I love doing these because Paul schedules them up and I get different people that I don't even know. Like I didn't know the Connecticut Women Hall of Fame. I didn't know them, Harry. So that was, I mean, I know Solar Youth because I know Joanne Scully. I've known Joanne Scully for 30 some odd years. So I knew Solar Youth. But I didn't know this woman.
Yeah,
So
I didn't know that one either. And it's pretty interesting, right? To go and actually have somewhere where you celebrate women.
Imagine that.
Imagine that craziness.
Considering now women are under siege, yet the Supreme Court want to undo all the things. So anyway, but we're here today to help these nonprofits raise money for the mission work that they're doing. And we are happy to do it here on 103.5 WNHH. And I'm looking forward to what the new numbers are. Harry, if you periodically pull up the numbers and see where we are, that'd be good. I'm excited for the next guest because it's Anthony McDonald from the Schubert Theater. And he's one of my favorite people in New Haven right now because I love what he is trying to do over at the Schubert Theater. And I'm excited about that. So we are keeping the Great Give train moving on these giving streets, on these giving tracks. I love it. So I am impressed. I think Jackie Downey called it right, Harry. You got to get your circle of friends and their circle of friends and their circle to support, what you care about. I mean, that's really what it is. And I care about a lot of things, I care about Common Ground High School. I care about Long Wharf Theater. I care about Planned Parenthood. I care about all the things. Oh my God, they're at $600,691. It's only 10 o'clock, 10, 12 in the morning. So they are really raising money, Harry. They are raising some money. They have 3,345 people have given to 510 organizations. You cannot beat that. That is some giving, Harry. Some giving. I have to figure out. I'm like you, Harry. At the end of the day, I'll figure out who I'm gonna give to. You know, a little bit here, a little bit there. You know, I don't got Elon Musk money, so I gotta, you know, I got like Skid Row money. You know, I got, hey brother, you got a dime money. So I got to be real thoughtful about where I give and how I give, because mama ain't got it like that.
No, yeah, we got to be like Jesus with the fish, right?
and the loaves.
That's right. We gotta make it count.
I got to be very, 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 very judicious with my earnings.
Now we don't have Booker T. Washington scheduled, do we?
I don't know. I don't see them unless Paul slid them in.
No,
Why are they?
Because Karen just texted me, you better give to Booker T. Washington.
Oh, that's the school, not to Booker T. Washington.
No, the school. So I'm like, okay, I guess that's on my list.
Okay, that's on your list. Okay, who was in the waiting room, Harry?
Well, there goes Anthony McDonald just came into the room.
Okay, well, you get him in.
Here we go.
And let's go. We out here during this COVID times. Woohoo! One of my favorite people on the planet.
Hello. Good morning.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Thank you.
It is nice to see you, Anthony McDonald, the executive leader over there at the Shubert Theater, the historic and iconic Shubert Theater. How are you?
I'm doing good. I literally just came back from Miami yesterday and, trying to just tell the world about what we're doing up here in New Haven, Connecticut, and trying to spread some love.
I love it. So what does the Great Give mean for the Shubert Theater? What is the goal? Do you have a goal?
My goal would probably be to beat last year's mark, which we were a little over 19,000. So my goal would be to get to say 20,000 today, which some may say is a big climb. It's a big hill to get up, but I do believe that we've been striving to make some really great steps forward and trying to really connect with the community a lot more this season. And I'm hoping that people remember that and people keep on trying to support us in our endeavors, because we got a lot more great things coming up this upcoming season.
So did you get people ready? Like what kind of buildup does the Shubert do around getting your fan base, your subscribers, and all the folks excited about the Great Give?
It's an ongoing process, because I think we can do even more in future years. But we, of course, we reach out to our subscribers and our friends and family via emails. Of course, we added social media this year. There's a video of me that I shot not too long ago that's going to be released today as well, talking about just some more of the things that we're hoping to be able to continue to do here at the Shubert Theater, and hoping that folks can support that idea and that vision. But at the end of the day, it's trying to continue to spread what we're doing here, trying to remind people that we are a nonprofit, that this does not happen just because of ticket sales or because we have, so many deep-pocketed friends. Oftentimes it is the individual donors, folks who can give $100, $50, $25, but doing that and having so many people do that for us, that's really what we try to get more of at times as well, because it all helps. It all adds up at the end of the day. Just like when we see these presidential campaigns, when they can tout they had 5,000 donors at $25 level, all those people is what we're looking for today, especially when it's not about, like I said, giving us 5,000, which if you can, we'll take it too. But it is about just, anything you can give today, it all helps. It all is precious to us, because it allows us to continue to bring more educational programs to our kids in our community. It allows us to take some chances on programming and to bring new artists to the Shubert stage for the first time.
Listen, the best thing I ever seen this year was 6.
Believe me,
Anthony, that was amazing.
it is an amazing show, and it's those kinds of opportunities that when you are a donor to the Schubert Theater, those are those special moments that we can hopefully offer more people in our community, even when they can't support us, because it was a special thing where we couldn't invite the world. So we had to just look at those that have thankfully been supporting us in many ways with their dollars at times. And we were able to kind of provide them with that really special experience that, who knows, it could happen again in the near future.
Mm. And I love Dance Theater of Harlem. I was quite moved by that.
Believe me, you and many other people. And hopefully this upcoming season, we can recreate that moment a few more times. You know, once again, we haven't announced, so I can't say much, but we are gonna be hopefully creating those moments again, opportunities where the whole community, both Black, both white, Latino, gay, straight, non-binary, everybody can come on through and have a good time together at one place, that one place being the Schubert Theater.
Mhm.
You know, and that's what theater is all about. It's about trying to make sure that everyone can feel comfortable, can feel accepted, and just appreciated when they're coming in my house. You know, that's how I look at it. This is my house, and I want you and everybody else that comes through to feel good, to feel like I've invited them and that they belong here, because they do. This is the house for New Haven. This isn't just for this community or that community, it's for all of us. And so we at the Schubert have been trying to make sure that people feel that and they see that and they feel invited to the dance per se, because it's, you know, it's easy to feel like sometimes you're forgotten in communities when it comes to theater, because, you know, what is that theater thing? And I don't really know about it. And is it really for me? It is for you. There is something that we are doing that can connect with everybody if you give it a chance. And if we tell you that, hey, give us a try. You know, I know it's been a few years, maybe it's sometimes people haven't come in a while because they haven't felt like we've done things for them. But look at our programming coming up, because I do believe that we're going to have some more diverse programming that's hopefully going to connect with more people and allow people to really understand new cultures that are all around them. That's the goal here, is that to make sure that everyone can see themselves on that stage and bring their children to understand the beauty of their own cultures, to understand the beauty of other cultures at the same time, because all of that can happen here at the Schubert Theater. And I find it's honestly one of the very few places in our community that it really can happen in a magical way.
Mm. So I know you like all the other art organization leadership is monitoring and paying attention to the pandemic and COVID. How do you feel these days, and how do you plan around this ever-changing health landscape?
It's tough, you know, because all of us, or I'd say all of us, a lot of us want to just kind of get back to what one could consider to be normal, you know, i.e. pre-pandemic times. But we can't necessarily so quickly forget that this thing is still out there. You know, I think, yes, now more people are vaccinated, more people have, you know, the doctors and the hospitals understand how to kind of take care of people better. But that danger is still lurking in the back of our minds. You know, so we've just recently finally dropped the vaccination check, which, you know, once again, as we weighed the two options of, do we drop masks first and making that optional, or do we drop the vaccination check part? We kind of felt like, you know, at this point, we understand that masks can protect people a little bit more than being vaccinated, because at the end of the day, if I was vaccinated last year, January, it means nothing almost 18 months later, you know, because it's gone. My immunity is gone. So the idea was, you know what, while we're not enforcing booster checks and blah, 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 we can kind of let that go, but try to keep this mask part for a little bit longer, because once again, that is something that can protect people a little bit more, as we now know, but it's something that we're working on. And I do believe that we will eventually make the mask aspect optional, like the rest of our partners in the state have, the other performing arts centers. But we're not there right now, but I think in the near future we will be.
Okay. All right. So before I ask for your talent, because you know you gotta sing for your supper over here.
Oh Lordy.
You're very talented, so I know.
I didn't even think
I know you have something. All right. So I know you can't really tell us what your season is gonna look like. Can you drop a hint? Can I have a little bit of a scoop? Can I a little something? You
What
probably
can
can't.
I
then.
say?
Come on now, give me something.
Oh, Lordy. I'm trying to think if I can give any kind of hints that don't give it away, but that can give somebody a clue without getting myself in trouble.
I don't want you in trouble, but I like a hint.
Something. Well, I guess okay. So I could almost say something old, something new, and maybe something blue.
Oh,
I
okay.
think that actually is a kind of a nice thing.
That's
kind of
that's that speaks to a wedding of some sort, but okay.
One could think of it that way, but you know what? I think when you see our announcement, you'll understand it that much more.
Okay. So I'm gonna have everybody over in New Haven like, okay, figure that out.
and honestly, too, we are gonna begin to kind of start dropping some hints at our shows. We're gonna do a fun, like, kind of Pictionary kind of rollout of our season announcement. And some of them are quite funny and fun. And I think some of them are definitely going to stump some people. And so we're looking forward to being able to do that very, very soon.
When does your season start?
It's going to start in October.
Okay.
Because dare I say, this summer, we are just about ready, but we are going to be replacing all of our theatrical seats in the building.
Are you kidding me? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, we haven't fully announced it. So this is probably the first time I'm really announcing it somewhat publicly. But we are replacing all of the seats in the building. We are increasing our capacity in a way while also reducing in other spots, because the idea is we want to make sure people are comfortable. We've seen some of the reviews, one could say, about people being uncomfortable, which it's easy for us to say that we're an old theater, we can't really do much, but it's also 2022. So there are things that we can do. And so we are technically taking out some seats in the mezzanine and balcony to make those seats bigger and wider.
Wow.
Where you're going to be just as comfortable as the folks in the orchestra will be. It's going to be definitely a different experience this upcoming season. And we're looking forward to making sure that, once again, when you're in my home, you are comfortable, you are happy, and you're focused on what's happening on that stage and nothing else. And that's the goal here.
I love that. All right. Give me the talent.
Oh, man. I should almost, Lordy. See, I feel like I know what I did last year, probably because it's my easy go-to with my impersonations. So that's an old talent now. So darn it.
What one we like seeing, so feel free. Do whatever.
I'll give you another impersonation because I'm full of them. And let's see if you can get this one. I'm not going to say the go-to thing, but I would start talking like this, I don't know if you know who I'm talking like, but he sounds a little drunk. He sounds a little bit
Is that Sylvester Stallone?
That would be Sylvester Stallone. You're right. Yeah. See? I told you I do a few impressions, That's what it is. Anthony mixed in there at the end. So
that's good. I like it.
Like I said, I got a couple of these in my back pocket that I annoy my wife with from time to time.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Well, I am a huge fan of Shubert Theater. Everything that I've seen thus far has really been exciting. Tell people why they should give to the Shubert before you jump off.
Well, today is an amazing day. We are so happy to be a part of this event. So many nonprofits, especially us theaters, are really needing your help. This has still been a pretty interesting and trying year for all of us. And so today, any donor that gives over $100 will be entered to win a $25 gift card from one of our restaurant partners, or if you can give $250 or more, you can be entered to win a $50 gift card. And anybody who can find it in their heart to give $500 or more, those donors will be entered to win not only a gift card to one of our restaurant partners, but also two tickets to one of our Broadway shows. And so it's just a little something that we can do. But at the end of the day, you are supporting education and arts for education for the kids in our community that sometimes these schools take it away from them. And it's so needed and vital to a lot of these kids growing up in this community. You're investing in your own community at the end of the day. This is a place, like I said, where it's been around for 107 years only because of the support of those in the New Haven, the greater New Haven community. And so keeping this kind of an institution alive and well, I think is important. And at the end of the day, we are trying to make sure that we are bringing programming that can really represent the totality of this community. Once again, we are so blessed to be in such a diverse culture and a diverse community in this amazing state of Connecticut. And at the end of the day, as a cultural capital, it's a cultural capital because it's the kind of surrounding the Schubert. We've been here for the longest now in this entire state as far as a performing arts center. And we allow those around us to benefit when we benefit. The restaurants are packed when we have shows. The hotels get all of our performers and actors and crew members when they come to town. We support those hotels then. Supporting the Schubert supports the entire community of the downtown area and then beyond, because we're not stopping at the downtown. We want to make sure that those in Fairhaven to New Hallville to East Rock can all feel welcomed and happy and appreciated at the Schubert Theater. So we just hope that you guys can find it in your hearts to support us. Any amount helps. And tell your friends and tell your family, because we are going to be doing some exciting things this season and beyond.
All right. I can't wait. Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see you. Glad you're back. And can't wait to see what goes on at that fabulous Schubert Theater.
Thank you, Babs. It's always a pleasure to talk to you as well. And I look forward to having you again at the Schubert very soon.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right, people. We're on these Great Give streets, and we are talking to folks who are trying to raise money during the Great Give. So as my good friend Anthony McDonald signs out, we're going to have more people signing in, and we're going to talk about this Great Give. I want people to keep giving. So y'all keep giving. I think they're over $600,000 now. And so we're doing the damn thing, Harry.
They're at 638,000.
Harry, I need to have a telethon on my porch.
Yeah, the Great Gift name has been taken, Beth.
Harry, I started my little porch fundraiser before the Great Give because I knew people was gonna, they got to focus on that stuff. So I wanted to get my little ask in. So, all right, let's keep the train rolling. We got people that's showing up, Harry. They are doing the damn thing. They are showing up and showing out, and hey, unmute yourself. So this is Ann Coates from the Creative Arts Workshop, Executive Director, and my hip soul sister. So we had hip replacement surgery pretty much the same daggone day.
Yes, we did.
Did you have both? I had both done. So I had a few months, 4 months apart or something.
4 months apart. Yep.
4 months apart. So I straddled like 2020 and 2021. It was like a weird kind of thing, but I did it. How you feeling?
I'm feeling great.
Yeah, I've seen you out, so I know you're feeling great. And we're both getting around well.
I'm very thankful. Really, really thankful.
Me too. I'm thankful too. So how's things over at Creative Arts Workshop?
Things are great. We're, like everybody, we're still dealing with the pandemic. But people are coming back, and they have been for a year now. We're about 65% capacity from pre-pandemic, so that's good.
So what is the mission of CAW? Like, what do y'all do over there?
Simply, we provide workshops and classes for people of all ages, from children to those in their 90s, in 8 different disciplines. We have 8 studios here where people come and make art, be creative, explore, discover. And we also have exhibition space, 2 floors of exhibition space, where we have an exhibition starting today, opening tonight. I hope you come from 6 to 9. It's entitled Proximity, and it's curated by Stephen DiGiovanni with 4 artists.
And how long is it going to be there?
Till June.
Okay, good.
Till June. And then in June, we have another exhibition opening on the 10th called Reshape, Refocus, which is part of the One City, One Read Parable of the Sower.
Yes, I'm excited. I'm excited about this whole Octavia Butler reimagination, and I'm looking forward to the. I mean, listen. I have the book right here. I'm such a fan of Parable. I have the book right here. This is the city read, the citywide read. So I'm glad that you all are keying into that. That's wonderful.
We're really excited. Yeah.
All right. So what brings you to the Great Give? What's the goal?
Well, our first goal is to meet a board challenge. Our board has put up almost $8,000 that they're going to match dollar
Wow.
for dollar. And
That's a nice board.
I bet we'll be there within the hour.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Okay,
really
that's
great.
good. So what did you, are you trying to exceed what you did last year? Did you do anything last year? Or is this a bigger effort this year?
We've participated every year. I think our goal is around 50, which is a little bit of a stretch from prior years. Prior years, we raised about 40,000. So aim high.
Yes.
Um,
Listen, if you know what they say, if you don't ask, you don't get.
That is so true. So true.
So you got to ask. All right. So how many people over there work at CAW?
The staff is very small. It's about 4 full-time people, 3
Wow.
part-timers, and then we have 70 teaching artists who deliver our classes and workshops.
And so how many folks utilize the offerings, the programs over there?
Pre-pandemic, it was between 1,800 and 2,000 a year. And now we're about 65% of that.
Okay. So and I was just talking to Anthony McDonald from the Schubert Theater. So I'm gonna ask you the same kind of question as a leader of the arts. How do you manage during these times when the landscape of health is changing? How do you think about this?
It's a good question. I think that creativity and engaging in creativity is part of a healing process. I think we know that intuitively. And here we're trying to make sure that well-being is at the forefront. And so we're encouraging staff and teaching artists to make sure that they're attending to their own well-being first. Sort of in scuba, you take care of yourself first and then you can take care of your buddy. Not that I've ever been scuba diving, but I hear. But also, as we think about not just the pandemic, but all the stuff that's happening in the world, social justice issues, the stuff that's happening at the Supreme Court, let's don't go there. We know that creativity helps people cope and helps heal and helps them think through certain problems that they're trying to resolve.
So what is your hopes and wishes for Creative Arts Workshop? What would you like to see it be and do? And what would you like? What's the biggest dream for it?
The biggest dream, I think it's a dual dream. One is that we are busting at the seams with people coming to take classes and coming to the exhibitions, that we're busy all the time, and that we are a truly diverse organization. Which has not always been the case in this city. I think that we have a real commitment to serving the city better, looking more like the city in which we operate. And I believe in the Audubon Arts District. We're sitting right in the smack center of the Audubon Arts District. And I want an arts district that lives into that name, that's bustling with activity and more than just arts education, it's everything. I want our galleries to be destinations.
I love it. Now you're new here. How long have you been here?
I love that. I'm gonna milk it for as long as I can. 4.5 years.
Has it been 4.5 years?
It
wow,
has.
that flew by.
I know.
Woo! Are you loving it?
I am loving it better than now that I can walk, if I'm being really honest. I wasn't able to take advantage of what New Haven has to offer all of us because I was just challenged moving around. And so I'm really excited to engage in all of the long list of things I've been developing over 4 years that I want to do.
I love it. All right. So I know you have to give us a talent, but tell us why people should give to the Creative Arts Workshop.
Creative Arts Workshop means a lot to a lot of people over time. We're 61 years old.
I didn't realize how old you were. Okay.
Yeah. And we've been on this street since 1972.
Wow.
I want everybody in New Haven to be able to engage in their creativity, and I want them to try it here. And when people support us, they make that happen. 4 years ago when I got here, we were in a little less stable condition. And because of people who've been very, very generous, we have improved our circumstances a lot. And I'm really, really grateful for that.
Oh, that's a wonderful thing to hear. All right, so what's the talent today?
My talent?
Yes. Because you have to show up with a poem or a song or a soft shoe or something.
That part didn't get to my desk.
Oh, they didn't tell you?
No, they didn't tell me that one. Shoot.
You got to sing for your supper. Something. Like people, like Reverend Benita Grubbs was just on and she did a poem by Amanda Gorman. Anthony McDonald did a Sylvester Stallone impersonation. The Solar Youth did a poem. So, you could, there's a poem that you hold dear to your heart or speaks to this moment.
Oh, golly, Babs, I'm feeling really on the spot. Shoot.
I'm surprised they didn't prepare you for this part.
That's okay. It's all right. I feel,
Okay, well.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Listen, give me a quote. Do you have a quote that you like, that guides you, that lights you up, that makes you feel happy, that,
Whoa, I'm just feeling like an idiot.
No, don't. Why would you? Come on now. We're not doing that. I just want, we ask everybody to do it. And I'm sorry that you didn't get that part of the message. It's all right.
It's okay. One of the things that inspires me, which has certainly been guiding me here, is do what you can with what you have, where you are.
Yes. And that, my friend, is perfection. Thank you very much. It's nice to see you.
It's nice to see you too, Babs.
And I will see you soon. And I hope your day and your giving goes very well.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I appreciate everybody's support. And I hope to see you here tonight. Come.
I can't. I have to be, I'm doing Delta Days in Hamden. So I'm facilitating a conversation with the Hamden mayor and the police chief, all those folks. So I'll be there tonight from 6 to 9. So,
all right.
But I will make my way over because, I see you out here in these arch streets. So
that's right.
Go to the same cool thing. So I'll see you. And it's nice to know that you are well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And you actually helped me a lot. You inspired me because you had your first surgery first.
Yes. So we're up and moving about, girl. We're going to be doing the damn thing. And the Arts and Ideas Festival is coming, so we'll be ready. We'll be able to get all the good things.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Ann. It's good to see you. Creative Arts Workshop, y'all.
Thank you.
Great give. Take care.
Bye.
All right, we are doing the Radiothon for the Great Give, hosted by the Community Foundation of Greater New Haven. All right, I'm gonna have to tell Paul he got to do better with getting these people up to speed with the talent part.
Yeah.
All right, it's all right.
I mean, I always have something ready too, a quote. I don't know who said it.
All right, it better not be about killing rabbits. I know that.
No, it wasn't me, but I always have this quote that goes in my head. It's whatever the mind of a man can conceive and believe, it will achieve.
Yes, that's a good quote, Harry.
So
that's a good quote. Harry said he tried. Paul said he tried. Okay, listen. Paul, it's like when you give assignments at school. Some people will get it, some people won't.
I'm gonna blame Paul on this one.
Yeah, I'm blaming Paul on this one too. He said he reached out to everybody. It's like, okay, all right. So I think the next person up on these Great Give platforms, good. This is really, really good.
It's the Boys and Girls Club.
Yes, I'm a fan. Boys and Girls Club. I used to sit on that board. I know, I'm starting to think, Harry. I think I haven't sat on every board in this town, but I sat on some pretty good ones. So,
but you're trying.
No, I'm not trying. Oh no! I'm winding down, Harry. This thing is winding down.
Boys and Girls Club is actually top of the leaderboard.
Oh, are they?
Yep.
Oh, wow. That's kind of cool. Because you know what? They got a big network though.
Yeah, right
Pick,
now they're
pick.
at 62,875.
Go ahead, Ann McCarthy. Ann McCarthy is doing the damn thing over at the Boys and Girls Club. But you know, they're the second oldest Boys and Girls Club in the country. So, you know,
Wow, wow.
and I used to go to the steak and burger event, you know, where the kids would have steak and the adults would have burgers.
I want to mention something Anthony McDonald said, right? So the last time I went to the Schubert Theater, I'm not sure what I took Karen to see, but I was sitting in a seat where my right leg was extended, but my left leg was in my chest. It was like a weird seating arrangement. I am so happy to hear that they're changing all the chairs.
Me
Maybe
too,
I'm-
Harry. Because you know what? Theater is not fat friendly.
It's
just-
but it's not just it's not just that. I was put in the worst seat in the house. my left leg was up, my right leg was extended. It just didn't make sense. So I'm
I would
glad
love for them to have less seating in there,
Yeah, less
and more
seating.
comfortable seating. Less
Yeah.
and more. That's what I would like.
Yep.
I don't know who is this coming in. I didn't think it was. I think it was their name was Barbara, but let's see who it is. Now we're
Not
playing.
Sure, let's see. But and they only have their first name, so it's hard.
I
to,
know. So like, what are you doing?
Uh,
I don't know who this is.
Oh, we can let them in and then.
I know I'm gonna let him in and find out, and then if it's not who we think it is, we'll send them out.
Yeah.
Hi, who is this? What organization is this? Hi.
Morning. We're the Boys and Girls Club of New Haven.
Okay, because we just saw Barbara, and I was looking for who am I looking for? Ann McCarthy. Are you Ann McCarthy?
No, I'm Barbara.
Okay, so who's Ann McCarthy? Nobody.
She's our development director. I'm Barbara Chesler. I'm serving as the interim executive director.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm good. How are you this year? We only see you
listen,
once a year. We keep inviting you to come to the club.
I know. Did you find my mama sign? You know,
We
my mama
do.
had
It's
it.
hung up in our foyer. I want you to come see it. But let me, before I do that, let me introduce Alyssa Carr.
Hi, Alyssa Carr.
How are you?
And
are
Alyssa's been with us now for 2.5 years, I think.
And what does she
she's
do?
serving. I'm going to let her talk for herself.
I am now the area director, so I manage all 5 of our sites.
Okay. Are y'all expecting somebody else to join y'all too?
No, just the two
Okay.
of us today. We're
All right.
small but mighty.
Okay. All right. So the Boys and Girls Club is the second oldest Boys and Girls Club in the country.
It is. And the longest running Boys and Girls Club, because
now that part I didn't know.
Hartford, who opened first, but they closed during the Civil War. You remember the Civil War, right?
Well, vaguely. It wasn't a good time for my people, but I remember it.
Right. It was not. It wasn't a good time for a lot of people. We opened during the Civil War because there was a need to take care of young boys, unfortunately, but all the men were away, and the women, those women, they get out there, and when they want to do something, they do something great. And they started the Boys Club of New Haven in 1871. So we are 151 years old. Young.
Wow. So Barbara, tell me the weight of that. Is there some weight connected to that? I mean, is it inspiring? Is it heavy? Does it drive you to continue? Like what does that do?
Well, for me personally, I think there's nothing like tradition. And I think, to know that we're doing something that people did 150 years ago is, to me, that's very inspiring. That certainly drives me. I think continuity and tradition is something very important. And also to know that here in Connecticut, we started a operation and an organization that now where there are 1,400 Boys and Girls Clubs throughout the United States. There are 16 here in the state of Connecticut.
Wow.
And so we, that is a little bit of a burden. And I think when this club in particular was struggling a little bit back a couple of years ago, I I think it's what, you know, people were saying, wait, we can't let the Boys and Girls Club of New Haven close. They started this. So it's something I'm very proud of. I don't forget it. We think about it a lot here at the club. And, you know, I think that's why your family was committed to the club, and other families and the community as a whole is very committed to the club. We've gotten tremendous support from the city of New Haven, the Community Foundation of Greater New Haven, the school board, and lots of small foundations and organizations throughout New Haven.
So what do y'all offer over there? What's a day like? If I'm bringing my kid over there, and my kids are grown, so I wouldn't be doing that. But what if somebody wanted to know? And I don't have any grandchildren yet, but if a mother or a father walks in there with their child, what opportunities are available to them? You know, if they're in that age, I guess, what age do y'all serve?
Yep, so we currently serve ages 6 to 14 years old.
Okay.
We are currently now doing our after school program. So our hours start from 2:30 to 6 p.m. And if a kid and a parent was to walk in, they would see tons of stuff. I guess they'll start with our big gym. In our gym, we do facilitate BGCA programming, as well as have an athletic director who does basketball, soccer, etc. And then we have a big games room, which we got tons of nice equipment donated. We have hockey tables, air hockey tables, tennis ball, etc. Tons of board games. We have computer labs. We also partner with a program called CFAL, Concepts for Adaptive Learning. Our kids are currently learning robotics, coding, website building, etc. We have a homework room, so we are doing the education component. So we have homework hour as well as a power hour. So the kids are learning a fun ways to learn different things outside of like the school environment. And then we also have our new art space. Our art space, we're doing tons of different arts and craft projects. And then hopefully for the summer, we can do some performing arts in there.
Oh, I like it. I like it. I like it. So how did y'all fare during the pandemic? What did y'all do? How did you manage to keep kids engaged?
So we actually opened up a learning hub. So we served about 50 kids, came in and did virtual learning. So they had their tablets and computers, and we did a 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. program. So during the day, they did 8 a.m. to 6. So we did during the day, we did a full like learning. They'll be in school with their teachers in their schools, and then we would do our after school program. So we'll shut the computers down and then do some hands-on activities.
We were very conscientious of safety. We divided the kids into small groups of about 10 or 12 each. And they stayed in their little we called them pods that we had within the building, different classrooms. We provided breakfast and lunch and snacks, and we were there to help them with their homework, to assist them if they got disconnected from their teachers, from the school lessons. And then we transitioned into our kind of traditional after school program as the pandemic changed and what we could do or not do was changed. We adjusted. So we were open. We only closed from March of 20 when the state first closed until about June 6th or so of 20. And from all the rest of the time, we have been open and trying to provide activities and programming. We also provided quite a bit of virtual programming through a young woman who from Yale University who came over and helped us run a complete virtual lessons in the afternoon for kids. And we had numbers of kids from different schools who participated in that as well.
All right, so y'all, you know what, y'all are at the top of the leaderboard for the Great Give at the moment. So what do you attribute that to? I mean, I get a sense, but I want to hear from you. What do you attribute that to?
We attribute it to a community of people, both here at the club, who've worked very hard to help us build back better, as they say, and then many donor outreach and donors from throughout the community and throughout Greater New Haven who have come and visited the club and seen what we're doing here and believe in what we want to do, and that we can make change, we can impact the lives of many, many young people. The other day last Thursday, we ran a open house here at the club. And it was a little chilly, but it was out in the parking lot. We had free food, we had music, we had all kinds of vendors. Alyssa's makes jewelry. She had a friend selling her jewelry. Her mother makes candles. She had her mother selling candles. And then we also had kids could come in and they could do an art project that was sponsored by Michael's Stores, where they could paint on a canvas and take their canvas home. And most importantly, we were there to sign people up for our summer camp programs. And we had about 45 people who did that as well. And that was, more than one child per. We had almost, I think something like 65 children signed up for our summer camp program. But one of the things that I was going to tell you was that there was a young woman who was sitting with her children. They came in, it was so cold. They came in and they took one of our tables and they sat down and were having a little picnic. And I went over to ask them, how they were doing and if they had ever been to the club. And this young woman said to me, I went to the Boys and Girls Club. I was the 2002 Youth of the Year. And it was, my heart just, it sank. It was just I was so touched. And she had signed all 3 of her children up for summer camp. And that's what it's all about. That's where that tradition and that history comes in. That there's generations of families who come to the Boys and Girls Club, and we're really excited to be, doing this again. We're hoping today will be another big day for us because all the funds that go to that are donated to the club today through the Great Give will go towards paying for children from New Haven and the Greater New Haven area to come to our summer camp at no cost.
Oh my gosh, how can you not give for that? Because as a parent, when my kids were young and I had 4 kids, it's a huge undertaking to find affordable, safe summer programming that you feel good leaving your children there. So I know
going to tell you a little bit about what we've got planned for this summer.
Yeah, so our program is running July 5th to August 19th. Again, the ages 6 through 14. Our program is running from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. and we have a wide variety of different programs. I just came up with some meetings. So we're trying to do some music, some more athletics, more arts. We're partnering with a lot of local organizations, small businesses to get some of their programming in here. So yeah.
I love it. All right. So I know you got the email about you have to have a talent or something. God, give us something. Are y'all ready? Are y'all rapping? What you doing?
Well, I was told I had to have a poem.
A poem is perfect.
I have a poem by the wonderful poet Mary Oliver about dogs.
Oh, we love Mary Oliver.
You love Mary Oliver. Okay. But I also have a quote that I love as well, but I'll do my poem.
And you can give us the quote too.
Okay, all right.
We'll take them both.
I'll do both if you promise you'll come see the Boys and Girls Club.
I am so coming over there, Barbara.
All right. Little Dog's Rhapsody in the Night by Mary Oliver. He puts his cheek against mine and makes small, expressive sounds. And when I'm awake or awake enough, he turns upside down, his 4 paws in the air, and his eyes dark and fervent. Tell me you love me, he says. Tell me again. Could there be a sweeter arrangement? Over and over, he gets to ask. I get to tell.
Yay. Very nice.
Anybody who has a dog has to resonate with that poem.
That's right. That's right. All right, give us your quote.
So my quote is something that I've had sitting at my desk I worked for Yale University Athletics for 30 years, and I think it was at my desk for at least 25 of those years, by an architect named Daniel Burnham from Chicago, who died in 1912. But this is this is the quote, and it applies to all the work I've done. Make no little plans. They have no magic to stir. Men's, and I added women's, blood, and probably themselves will not be realized. Make big plans. Aim high in hope and work, remembering that a noble, logical diagram once recorded will never die, but long after we are gone will be a living thing, asserting itself with ever-growing insistency. Remember that our sons and daughters and grandsons and granddaughters are going to do things that would stagger us. Let your watchword be order and your beacon beauty. Think big.
I love that.
Isn't
Thank
that?
you for sharing both those. I love
just
Mary
love that.
Oliver, and I love that quote. I could see why you like it. And I will be over to the Boys and Girls Club soon. And thank you all for the work that you do. And I hope today is quite successful because
Thank
children
you. It
need-
already is. It's already been a
is.
huge success. Thank you, Babs, for all you do.
Well,
Thanks
you're
for all your
kind.
commitment to the community.
Thank
Have a
you very
wonderful,
much.
blessed day.
You too, and keep winning.
We're working on it. That's where Ann comes in. She's done a magnificent job.
All right, I'll see y'all soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greater Haven Boys and Girls Club, ladies and gentlemen, right there, one of my favorite places, and my heart is always with them. So, yes, all right, thank y'all. So, as
Thank
they
you.
sign out, new people are signing in. We're gonna keep this great Give Radiothon moving down the highways and byways. Yes, I'm a huge fan of the Boys and Girls Club. My mama got a plaque because my mother was a volunteer, and she cared deeply and greatly for children, and they honored her with a plaque, and I'm always thankful about that. So that was nice, Harry. I love the Great Give. I love, and we get to talk to all these organizations, for a few minutes, Harry, to find out what they do, and they do a lot.
Well, let me get the station ID, and you've been listening to The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, and of course hosted on the Love Babs Love Talk morning show. So, and yeah, we got to say goodbye to Babs because we're going to have Alan Appel, and he'll be hosting the rest of the way until 3, I think. So,
yeah. Oh, it's 11 o'clock. It's time for me to go. I didn't even realize, Harry. I'm all geared up for the next conversation. Hey, Alan Appel, I'm turning over the reins. I'm turning over the wires.
Right.
It's
All
nice
right.
to see you. All right.
Nice to see-
Goodbye.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Have fun. I'll see y'all later. Enjoy the Great Gift. Thank you, Harry.
thank you, Babs. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, you shall.
Hey, Harry, how are you?
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
I got a little computer up next to what I'm talking to you on, and we're up to $694,053.
Yeah, we are. We're it's running strong right now. We just had the Boys and Girls Club. They're at the top of the leaderboard right now. And we have coming up. Who is it that we have?
Catholic Charities.
Yeah, the Catholic Charity. So let's let our guest in. And
now, Harry, are we going for 15 minutes, or you're in charge of exits and entrances?
well, it's every 15 minutes as of now. So
All right.
yeah, so you want to wrap them up. So at 11:15.
All right, I got it. And what about?
Because we have New Haven Reads coming on. Actually, you could go a little long with. Oh no, we have Diaper Bank coming up at 11:15. So yeah, so there you go. Every 15 minutes, we have somebody coming on.
Well, all right. So will you be on and say give them the hook or in the door?
No, you have to give them the hook, but I could remind you in the chat.
Oh, all right. Every 15 minutes. All right. So okay. And are they still having to do a song and dance?
Yeah, they have to come with a talent.
All right.
All right. So here we
All
go.
right.
We have who's coming on? Catholic Charity, John P. Noonan.
Right. Hello there.
Yeah, his audio is coming on now, so let me unmute him. There you go.
All right.
Hey, how
Hello,
are you?
John. Oh,
Hey,
hi.
Alan.
Hi, nice to see you.
Nice to see you too.
All
Thanks for
right,
having me
so-
on.
Yeah. So we're zooming right along here, and you are going to tell us about Catholic Charities, which everybody knows about in New Haven who's been here, because you've got signs up at various locations, 290 grand, 790 grand. So tell us a bit about the program, and then that you're doing, and what the request is, and keep on reminding people to go to the Great Give, and I guess they look up Catholic Charities.
Yeah, that'd be great. Catholic Charities, Archdiocese of Hartford, and thank you so much for your kind words. I'm going to take you up on that reminder. Please go to the Great Give
Right.
and find us.
Right. That's the whole point.
Absolutely. And, you know, Catholic Charities is a great organization, and we've got programs and services that we provide across a 3-county area, Hartford, Litchfield, and New Haven counties. But we've got a really special presence in the Fairhaven neighborhood of New Haven. As you mentioned, at 290 grand, 790 grand. We also have services at 423 Ferry Street. Those are all preschool programs in the city. And we have a behavioral health clinic, which is over on Lombard Street at 501 Lombard.
Is that the Lombard location is the most historical location? Am I correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
But you've got a new program in a historical location.
Well, we've been providing behavioral health services in New Haven for some time, and
All right.
We serve people of all ages, all faiths, all backgrounds, and
Right.
you know there's a great need for that, especially these days, to have somebody to talk to, and not just to have a clinician that you trust, but you know, if you are an individual who speaks English as your second language and you're more comfortable speaking Spanish in the home, we have clinicians who can, you know, to help you feel comfortable expressing your truest, fullest self in the language that you think in and that you speak in regularly.
How many languages is there a language that where the services are offered beyond Spanish, or is it just Spanish English?
Primarily Spanish English.
Right. There you go. And the funding you're raising is going for general operations or a specific program?
It's going for general operations, but I would love to talk a little bit about the work that our staff in New Haven does. And prior to being invited on, and thank you again for having me on, I asked a couple of members of our staff what they wanted me to talk about and to share. And I got a really nice note from a colleague of mine who oversees one of our preschools. And she wanted to make sure that I emphasized how much we help families to succeed in a job and to keep that job while their children are in a safe, affordable, accredited learning environment. Our preschools are 10 hours a day, that's huge. It gives flexibility to parents with their jobs.
Right.
And we are also, sometimes we'll hire the parents to work on our staff. In addition to the preschools and the behavioral health, you know, we've got a food pantry on site over at 290 grand at the Centro San Jose location. We also are very fortunate to partner with the Diaper Bank and provide services for people in need in our community. So, you know, the question you asked is what do we hope to get out of the Great Give? Absolutely general operating, but that's what that investment delivers. And there's a great return on it, which is the security, safety, stability of people in need. And we're really honored to serve them.
How many kids in the daycare that are being served? How many families?
I'd have to check my math on that, but across 3 locations, I think that, you know, our New Haven site is the largest that we serve. We've got 3 sites. Gosh, I want to say about 100. Don't quote me on it. I can get back to you on that, but we also provide that in Meriden, Hartford, and Waterbury.
Right. So everybody's got to go to the greatgive.org and put in Catholic Charities in the find an organization box, and then click on donate, right, John?
Yes, and you should do that right now. This would be a great time.
Immediately.
Don't wait. You're thinking about it. Don't think about it. Just do it.
You know, I wear one of the hats I wear is as a reporter for the New Haven Independent, and I happen to be, I guess on Sunday, I covered the story of the 100th anniversary of St. Aidan and St. Brendan Parish, the building there.
Nice.
And I interviewed very briefly Archbishop Blair, Leonard Blair. And you know, the story of the Catholic churches, I don't have to tell you, is that they're merging and consolidating the places of worship. They're in at least in the New Haven area. I think it's probably state and nationally. But I guess what's worth pointing out is that while the number of places to go to say mass is getting smaller, the number of it seems like the number of places where services like Catholic Charities are being offered is only growing. Would that be fair to say?
Well, you know, you mentioned a milestone anniversary for that parish, and Catholic Charities Archdiocese of Hartford is 102 years old. We had our centennial in 2020, and so of course the pandemic interfered with some of the plans we had to mark that milestone. But you know, over been a few different iterations of what historically we've been called for a time, the Diocesan Bureau of Social Services, I think, and Catholic Family Services, and we've been Catholic Charities for about 20 or 30 years. But I think it's important to emphasize for your listeners and for your viewers that Catholic Charities exist to serve people of all faiths and all backgrounds, and we are a ministry of the Archdiocese of Hartford and are hugely grateful for our relationship with the Archdiocese and for all the parishes and parishioners who keep this work going. But all people are welcome here to work here and to receive services. And your question about it, is that work expanding? Yes, every chance we get, we try to expand. But to do that, we need investment. And that's part of why we're grateful for things like the Great Give and the support of the Community Foundation to help to raise awareness. We have all these programs all across this region, and they're very different. We have preschools, behavioral health. We also have senior centers in Hartford. About a third of our workforce is helping individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities, including 24/7 care, group residences, and 2 adult day programs. So we do a lot, but we'd love to do more. And with that, we'd really be very grateful for everyone who's listening or watching to check us out. There's a ton of great causes in New Haven, and it's such a celebration that the Great Give shines a spotlight on so many. And if what Catholic Charities does resonates with you, I hope that you'll think about making an investment. It all makes a significant difference. And thank you.
Going to thegreatgive.org, Catholic Charities, and Catholic Charities. So the diocese is established 102 years ago. Is that right? And Catholic Charities is about a generation or two later.
Well, it's all the same organization. It all goes back 102 years, but the name has changed over the course of history.
Right. Yeah, it's so interesting. I'm looking at the not the leaderboard, but at the site of the Great Give. There are so many organizations, 510 organizations, and I'm not a New Havener, but one of the things that has struck me in my 20 odd years here are in New Haven. There are, for a city its size, there are so many nonprofits, but Catholic Charities is one of the a legacy nonprofit in New Haven. One of the ones that has been here from for a century or more. What technically you're everybody appearing on our radiothon, Zoomathon, is supposed to sing and dance or sing for their supper. But I'm always guilty about asking people to fulfill that obligation. But did you have a poem or prayer or a tune or a joke or something that you would like to convey while people go to thegreatgive.org and what are we going to do?
I asked my friend Sylvia Velez, who works at Centro San Jose, at 290 Grand, knowing that I was expected to recite or to sing something, if she had any ideas. And Sylvia had a great suggestion. I don't know how great it's going to be once people listen to me singing, but She thought that there'd be a nice song that everyone could sing along to. So if you're listening or watching, we're just going to sing a verse or two. Join in. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine.
Let it shine.
Let it shine. Let it shine.
There you go.
There you
Light,
go.
light. So wonderful. Light is so important in everything, in everything we do, and in faith. Light is a big leitmotif of faith. Let there be light.
As long as there's people in need in our communities, we want to be there, and we welcome everybody to join us and to support us, and not just Catholic Charities. There's so many great organizations in New Haven, and we love the Great Give for that reason. It's a celebration as much as an opportunity to support whatever's close to your heart, and to let that light in, as you were saying, Alan.
Just in the final moments chatting here, John, when you look down the road, what I mean, there are so many organizations and so many needs, and Catholic Charities, the services span the gamut from daycare to, behavioral health issues and working with elderly people. Your organization's plan ahead. What is the biggest need? If I know the answer to this question is like all of the above, but what do you see as the place where the organization is going to be putting a special focus in the years to come?
Great question. And some of it is all of the above. But like every organization, we want to be sustainable, stable. And I think we've got great leadership, including, all the way up to our trustees and all across the organization. So we're in good hands. But, we want to do more and make more of an impact, and a measurable impact. And something that I would just add for the listeners, it's tough out there for families who are working, families who are trying to make ends meet. And, there's a lot of tumultuousness we've all been through the last couple of years. And, as we think about hopefully having the pandemic behind us at some point, the struggling is continuing for people who really need support, and they need to know that they have organizations they can go to that they can trust, and that they're going to care for them and treat everybody as a unique and special individual, and do everything possible to lift them up so they can have that stability and security for themselves. And that's something that we do at Catholic Charities, and something that I love about what we do. There aren't enough. I wish there wasn't the need, but it really is the case that people are struggling right now. And so don't forget it. And if you can help, we are trying to do our part.
I'm getting a message from Harry here.
The music is starting. Okay.
Right. All right.
Well, thank you, Alan. And
my pleasure.
Really appreciate it.
Okay.
Have a good Great Give.
Okay, you too. Thank you very much.
Got it. Thanks. Bye.
All right. So who are we are welcoming Janet Alfano from, are you Diaper Bank?
Yes.
Oh, hello.
Hi.
I'm Alan Appel. I remember the beginnings of Diaper Bank with Sarah
Baird was a founding board member, and Joanne Goldblum, yes, was our founder. Yes.
Joanne, a social worker, and Sarah, I remember she was a neighbor of my in-laws up on the Hamden North Haven border there. Are they still involved with the organization?
Friends of, once you're with us, you're with us. So still in touch, absolutely.
So Janet, thank you very much for joining the Radiothon, Zoomathon, whatever it is we're doing. We're reaching people, and you want people to go to thegreatgive.org.
Yes, that's correct.
Tap on the Diaper Bank. I think you're among the people on the leaderboard, are you not? I think so.
I think we're doing pretty well. We're you know, we know that there are epic leaders up there that we are just hoping to climb a little bit than what we have in the past. But we're excited about our efforts this year and certainly to participate in this.
Right.
The Great Give and the radio.
So for people who don't know about the diaper bank, tell us the diaper bank has a great reach, and it's more than diapers. I think in a single sentence. So tell us about it, and please, the platform is yours.
All right. So the Diaper Bank of Connecticut, as you suggested, we provide diapers. We have also added on period supplies, incontinence products for youth and older adults in a network of providers across the state of Connecticut. We have partners in every county across the state. And what many folks don't know, if they haven't heard our story, is that diapers are something that are such a great need and are not covered by any federal subsidy. And that for the most part, they are required for attending childcare. And if you can imagine being a low-income mom and having to bring your child to childcare, needing a supply of diapers, and you don't have that, well, that impacts certainly the economic health of your family, could impact the health of your child. There are just so many impacts that this can cause to families to not have the things that they need.
So that's something I didn't know about the situation with diapers. I even though we covered several stories about the founding of Diaper Bank, and I have the visual image of Sarah and other people loading diapers in the back of the station wagon and just going from place to place. That's how, you know, people see these large now statewide organizations like Diaper Bank, but they began with two people seeing a need and just getting in the car and doing it. I mean, it's is it still very grassrootsy in terms of the volunteers that are part of the organization? Or but you do have a big warehouse on State Street, or you used to.
That's correct. So we have been at our State Street location since 2010, and we do have a paid staff. We're at about 9 staff members, but we certainly have a robust volunteer, grassroots volunteer effort, in terms of doing diaper drives, helping us count and sort and repack. But we do have a full staff now, which actually helps us meet so much more of the need than we could in the beginning when we started. So we're really thrilled about that.
But you made a statement that is new to me, even though I know something about the organization. There is no federal program that subsidizes diapers, food stamps, nothing?
That's correct. So individuals cannot use their food stamps or WIC to purchase diapers. They're not an allowable expenditure. And so for low-income families, especially those at the lowest end who are receiving cash assistance, diapers can constitute about 14% of their total income. And so we know this need is great. We hear from the folks in the community and folks that we serve that need this. And we are looking to distribute more, but also fundamentally, we are looking to change policies and to advocate for the inclusion of these items as public goods, as necessary health-related items. And, honestly, a little bit of breaking news is that in the state budget that was passed by both the House and the Senate as of last night, there is a bill that was included in the budget, HB 5272, which is increasing access to menstrual supplies for students in schools, colleges, ensuring access in jails and prisons and in shelters. And so that is a fundamental part of our work, as well as doing the distribution side. But we want it to be considered more of a public health good. And so we are working to help to do that.
So in effect, one of the ironies of nonprofits is that you are in effect trying to put yourself out of business in a sense,
Absolutely.
Right? One could make the case that the whole nonprofit world could put itself out of business if the powers that be did what they were supposed to do to the fullest extent possible. Janet, you know, can you give us an example of or a vignette of how diapers and access to them really you know, affects people's lives, like the you know, like a high school girl, say, who's taking care of a little baby in a poor family, and you know, doesn't have the diaper supply, so she has to stay home, take care of the kid, and she herself can't go finish high school. I mean, that's the type of thing that I used to write about. I assume that's ongoing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are several stories like that in particular. And, you know, one of our board members was a former recipient of diapers from us. And she talks a lot about she had twins and they had some health complications when they were born, and particularly gastrointestinal ones, and that they had gone through, you know, they were in the NICU for a while, but had also gone through a lot more diapers than even would be required. And that it was really a significant stretch for them. You know, over the years, I've been with the Diaper Bank since 2007, and there are so many stories, you know, that stick with you. And typically, because we're working with partners, we don't necessarily see the clients directly who are receiving our services, but there's one that sticks with me, and it was a man who had a severely autistic daughter who needed products and just did not know where to turn. And at that point in time, I think I met him in the Hamden Walmart parking lot and just brought him whatever we had, and thought to myself, this does not make sense, right? I'm glad that I could help him, but this does not make sense, that this man is desperately seeking services for his daughter with severe medical needs, has to rely on, you know, a small nonprofit, and someone who was going to drive to him in a parking lot. That just does not make any sense. And so to me, those stories are why we push so hard on the advocacy side, to make sure that families don't have to do that. But we're not willing to not distribute right now, right? We can't, that the folks who need our services right now are not expendable, that it needs to be a both and. We need to serve them and work toward another solution as well.
Right. Absolutely. And that's why people should go to thegreatgive.org and dial in the Diaper Bank and make a contribution. Yeah, it's so funny. Well, you know, I've written some books over the years, and I'm always have my antennae up for like a good idea for a book. And as you were talking about these individuals, I was thinking, has anybody ever done the history of the diaper? Does such a book exist? Because it strikes me as the diaper, at least as we know it, is one of those inventions. I mean, not stuff that you swaddle baby and not cloth, but the disposable diaper has got to be like the invention of the stirrup, that, you know, which changed warfare, because somebody could sit in the saddle and have both hands free to try to kill other people, I guess is what happened. But the disposable diaper surely has changed all kinds of things with ripple effects. You guys should do it and sell the book to raise money for the nonprofit.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I don't know of a book like that. Certainly, I've heard some of the anecdotes from, you know, what that was like, and in terms of the origin story, so to speak, of the diaper. But that would be interesting.
You should let me know. I'll write it with you.
Okay.
So I'm supposed to ask if you have a song or a dance or a poem to perform, and certainly since we're talking about diapers and little kids that was associated with them, you must have a ditty of some kind.
So interestingly, I don't know if you remember, a few years back, you actually interviewed me on The Great Give, and I shared a snippet from an Eminem song that talked about diapers not being covered by WIC. I'm not going to do that, but I did find a poem that what I hoped was I would dedicate it to all of the advocates who worked so hard to ensure that menstrual equity bill passed, particularly the students around the state who are so inspiring to me as an individual, and they are truly wonderful. And so it's Marianne Williamson's, and I don't even see what the title is here, but I'm just going to just read this in honor of them.
Okay.
Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. It is our light, not our darkness, that most frightens us. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, and fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be?
Nice, nice. I always like poetry that has question marks and exclamation marks in it. That's very good. Well, we're talking to Janet Alfano from the Diaper Bank, and go to thegreatgive.org. There's $745,000. It's changing. $745,579. Maybe some of those new dollars have just gone to the Diaper Bank.
I hope so.
Yes. Everybody needs diapers, menstrual supplies, incontinence supplies, so that they can take care of all that stuff and get out the door.
That's it.
And keep on doing the world's work and angels' work. So thank you very much, Janet, and we go on.
Excellent. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
A great pleasure. Good luck.
Thank you. Take care.
All right. So we're looking at going on $750,000. Let's make some of that go towards the online journalism project, which would be supporting WNHH and the New Haven Independent and the Valley Independent. And now we will segue into welcoming Fernanda Franco from
New Haven Reads.
Oh, golly. New Haven Reads.
That's us.
Nice to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you for having us on the show. Really appreciate it.
New Haven Reads, founded by, among other people, is it Nancy Alexander? Is that correct?
Christine.
Is that correct? Christine Alex. Right.
Yes, yes.
And not that long ago, a relatively new organization.
Right, yeah. I guess looking back, right? So 2001 feels like a lot.
To you, yes, not to me, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's relative, we'll say.
What? So tell us all the different sites where New Haven Reads works and the kind of uniqueness of the organization, which is very volunteer focused, correct?
It is, that's right. And just to introduce myself real quick,
Please.
I am the outreach director. My name is Fernanda Franco. It's just such a pleasure to be a part of this organization. New Haven Reads was founded to share the joy and power of reading, and really what we do changes each year as the community's needs change as well, so you're right, we do have multiple sites. We are very volunteer based. We have the coolest volunteers. They bend over backwards for our kids. When Christine Alexander started all of this, it was really just a one-year initiative and a book bank. The mayor at the time said, hey, we need some support in literacy, across the city. So she ran that 1 year of literacy intervention, but then she realized we need a little more. And by a little more, I mean a lot more support for the city, right? In general, urban communities tend to have a more difficult time with getting kids to be on level, like on reading level, on grade, right? So beyond that, now we've got COVID, whose impacts we know are like insane. And especially for our reading, you know, our kids lost so much time. They lost so much time. And a lot of the kids that were online were unable to focus for a myriad of reasons, you know. So for us, the mission was already something that was a burning passion for all of us. But then now post-COVID, it's even more urgent that we get help for the kids, that we make sure that we have this one-on-one tutoring for as many children as we can possibly provide.
I'm looking at Fernanda, I'm looking at a little note here. Your site says there are 283 children in person and online every week that work with tutors.
Yeah.
A lot of kids.
We have a large number of kiddos. At this point, we're around 316 students a week and about 227 tutors. So you notice the numbers are actually there's a bit of a discrepancy because, like I said, our volunteers bend over backwards and some of them do multiple hours. We have one volunteer that does 19 hours a week, which is a work of love and passion. And
with how many kids? 19 hours with how many kids?
A lot. So some of the kids that he tutors do 2 hours a week. Some of them, you know, he subs in whenever there's a need, you know. So basically, he dedicates his time in the after school hours to just come and help us. And that's really wonderful.
So how is the organization figuring out what to do online and what to do in person? Is it based on the individual case? How do you figure that out?
It is very much on a case-by-case basis. Because of COVID, obviously, we had to pivot to online for the majority of 2020. And then in like the late 2020 months, we were doing hybrid, right? Which some kids were in person, some kids were online. In January, when the numbers ticked up, we did a really fast pivot and everybody went online. And it really depends on, you know, it's just the life that we're living in right now with, you know, we have to be flexible. And like with 225 volunteers to train and make sure that they understand how to do things on Zoom. A lot of our volunteers are retired, so a lot of them don't even like being on computers. But even so, they fight through it to be able to work with the kids. Really great. And I didn't really explicitly acknowledge, you know, we have the book bank, we have our one-on-one tutoring, everything is free. At this point, we have a pre-K and kindergarten program that we run after school. And kind of that's our focus right now, is we're growing that. Again, an area of high need, right, is preschool and kindergarten support.
But these would be after school programs?
These all, so at this time, they're readiness programs that happen in the after school hours, and also during the day, 9 to 12, we have some pre-K classes happening. Those are run by certified teachers, so those are not volunteer based. So for us here during the Great Give, that's a big focus for us. These donations that come in are really going to be funding our pre-K and K summer programs, which, you know, this is a new bit for us to kind of beef it up. We haven't been in person for the summer in 2 years, 3 years maybe. So this is a really exciting summer for us. So
in part to be in person and this new initiative. Well, but is the evidence? I mean, you folks would know this better than anybody. The better learning does take place. Better tutoring does take place, I would imagine, in person. I mean, though it can always be done. I mean, we want to conquer the Zoom, not sort of spread it when we don't have to, right?
Right. So we're moving from a 2-day during the school year right now. We do have 2 online days per week in each site. So our 3 sites, we have a location on Bristol Street, we have a location on Willow Street, and we have a location in Science Park. And all 3 of these locations have 2 virtual days a week, and then the remainder of the days are in person. During the summer, we're moving to a 1-day a week online and the rest of the days in person. And the reason for that is exactly what you just said. You know, there is a magic being there in person. The child, like, it's different. You feel safe, you build rapport differently. And really the virtual is wonderful because it's better to have something than nothing, right? We're not saying that virtual doesn't work. We're saying virtual doesn't work for some kids, and virtual does actually, for some of the children, their test scores are better online just because that's how they work, you know, and everybody ticks differently. So our goal is to make sure that we break any barriers that are keeping the kids from coming to tutoring, you know, because we understand that some parents can't drop the kids off. Some parents don't have that time. We provide, in terms of services, we also provide internet to anyone who needs internet so that they don't have to worry about getting online, right? Like if they don't have internet, we can support with that. We provide laptops for the students who don't have them. And, you know, our goal really is to just empower as many aspiring readers as we can, you know, and right now the big push in general, right, is more tutors. The more adults we have coming in and helping these kids, the more kids we can support, you know? So for us, it's a constant, for me, right? Because that's my job. My big job is to pull in tutors, to reach out to the community and let the community know that we're here to support, that we have free books for everyone. Anyone who wants to come into our book bank can come in and grab as many books as you want, you know, and you can come and donate them. If you, once you're done reading them, bring us back a box of donations, you know. We are part of the community, and the goal is to just get these kids on a program that works, a program that's based on the science of reading, that provides them with tools so that they can, from our, you know, our humble starts, they can springboard into whatever they want. Yeah.
And that's why people should go to the greatgive.org and put in New Haven Reads and move the organization up on the leaderboard. I think you're on that leaderboard somewhere.
Oh, yay! Woohoo!
I think so.
I love it.
I think so. And yeah, so this is really wonderful. So in the few minutes we have left, I'm supposed to ask people to perform, to sing for their supper, or recite a poem. You don't have to, or you can tell a story. I feel guilty.
I picked out a quote, and here's the real thing. Like, I know my staff is watching this, and they're like, "You should be singing." I'm a professional singer by trade.
Oh wow!
I know. So I could sing. I did find a wonderful quote that I think is something that speaks to what my passion for this is, you know. And so I did want to share that, and then maybe I'll sing a little something after. Is that okay?
Okay. Well, you will not be totally off the hook, but partially, yes. That's okay.
I'll sing for you. Okay, I will do it. So quote, this is actually a quote by Toni Morrison, and she said this to her students. She said, "When you get these jobs that you have been so brilliantly trained for, just remember that your real job is that if you are free, you need to free somebody else. If you have some power, then your job is to empower somebody else." So when I read that, I was like, ooh, we need to share that, because that is what we're all about. We are training our kids. The cool thing, we have this program called Readers to Leaders, where some of our students that have been with us for a long time, now they're in high school, they're 16, and it's their first, they're starting out, and we offer them a position with us as tutors. And this is funded, and they literally get paid to tutor. And we train them, they get, you know, career training in general, you know, we do financial literacy training with them. So the goal is for them to move up from a moment of, you know, we are below our reading level, we feel insecure with our reading, to a moment where they feel empowered, and then to the next level where they are empowering others. right? And that's how you build community. That's how you build a strong and healthy community.
And these are kids that have been with New Haven Reads for a long time.
Some of them have been with us since they were very young. And some of them, you know, they will, I wish that we had a moment to like have them speak to you guys, because they are just so beautiful. It's just lovely to see them coming back and seeing the staff that saw them when they were very little. Now they're here and they're like 15, 16, 17, and they're tutoring other kids. And they understand it intrinsically from the perspective of the 2T. So they're able to be that much more effective, you know? So I love that.
I love that too. That's wonderful. All right. The New Haven Reads. And Fernando, and you've advertised yourself a little bit here. You came back.
All right. So I guess I'll sing a song that I wrote then.
Wonderful.
It's a song called Nothing Lasts. And it goes, on my shoulder, a self-made boulder, carrying sun and rain. And I know it's heavy, my ego won't let me admit I endure any pain. 'Cause I know nothing lasts, that's for sure. And although I'm tired, the way that I'm wired, I carry this burden again. 'Cause nothing lasts. It's gone so fast. Oh, nothing lasts. It's gone so fast. So
thank you.
A little bit.
Thank you. A boulder on the shoulder. There you go. Very good. Very good.
Yes.
Well, Fernanda, thank you so much for speaking on behalf of New Haven Reads. Go to thegradegive.org and help the totals get near $775,000 already.
And if anyone wants to volunteer for us in any capacity, just feel free to join. Go on our website, which is newhavenreads.org. The Great Give is there as well, so you can go to our website and peruse. And if you want to follow us on Instagram or Facebook at New Haven Reads, thank you so much for having us.
You're welcome. Next year, bring those reader leaders to us.
I love that. Yes, that is
okay.
We will do this.
Thank you very much. Good luck.
Nice to meet you, Alan. Have a great day.
A pleasure. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So as we're getting ready to welcome our next guest, Harry, we are saying also go to the site greatgive.org and give a little love to New Haven Independent, WNHH, Valley Independent, all those things.
Yeah. So the next guest is CASA, which is court-appointed special advocates.
Right.
And we're gonna have Josiah and Adriana who are gonna join us. I just wanna, say that you're listening to The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. Ellen, you're doing a great job.
Help me, Harry, one quick question. So we're Zooming onto the radio? Is that what we're doing?
We're Zooming onto the radio and onto our social media sites. So we're on Facebook, on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch. Wow. So we're all over the place right now.
Great.
And people are tuning in and people are donating. I'm happy to see we had when Boys and Girls Club was on, I saw that they gained about $1,000 while they were on and stuff like that. It's good to see that we're having, an impact. So,
yes, indeed. All right.
So I'm going to let the guest in. And like I said, the CASA, which is court-appointed special advocate.
Right.
Right. They're coming in now. Out of here. All right, Alan, it's all yours.
Josiah Brown, Adriana, Joseph, welcome to the Great Give, the Zoomathon and the Radiothon.
Hello, Alan. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for having us.
All right. So CASA is one of those organizations that a lot of people don't know about, even though I think it's been around a long time. So tell us about it, because when I hear CASA, I think of a Spanish house, but it's not quite that.
Yes, thanks. So it's court-appointed special advocates for children who've experienced abuse or neglect. And though it is well established around the country in 49 states, it's new in its current iteration in Connecticut. There was a 2016 CASA statute that has given us a mandate, and Adriana was one of our first board members when we were originally known as CASA of Southern Connecticut. And just last year, we merged to create a statewide Connecticut CASA, working out of the New Haven court in both what are called protective supervision and foster care cases to help kids in partnership with professionals such as attorneys and social workers and educators. And so maybe Adriana, who until recently had worked with Clifford Beers, kind of an embodiment of one of our partners, and has a lot of other experience in New Haven. Maybe she could tell us why she joined and what she's contributing.
Yes, please do, and go to thegreatgive.org and we put in CASA. Is that that's what people should go to look for the organization, correct?
Yes, if they look up just CASA, they'll find it, or Connecticut Court Appointed Special Advocates. That's our formal name.
Okay, so Adriana, tell us what CASA does for somebody who doesn't have a clue, like for a bright 9-year-old. Explain what that is.
Yeah, I mean, I think, so first of all, thanks for having us. It's a great opportunity to be here and talk about the work that CASA does in New Haven. And now as we expand across the state, I think what it means, it's really this opportunity to be able to support young children who are, victims of abuse or neglect in the foster system or going through some of that process, and providing them with additional support that may not be provided by the state. So engaging with them, getting to really know what it is that they're feeling, what supports they may need, engaging with after school programs, helping the families, whether it's their family or a foster family, get additional services throughout the state. It's really a network of support. And I think through the training that our volunteers receive, which is very extensive, making sure that children have a voice. I think they are one of our most vulnerable populations, and ensuring that they are being representative and that their needs are being met.
And so the support that the organization provides is both, is it fair to say it's legal support, it's social work kind of support?
I'll let Josiah expand on that, but it's the support that our volunteers provide through the connections that they make with other partners across the state. So Josiah, I'll let you kind of add to that.
Thanks, Adriana. Yeah, so we're clear on what the CASA role is and what it is not. We do not intrude on the professional realm of the social worker, the attorney, the educators, the therapist, for example. But what the volunteer does, and this is a proven model associated with better outcomes for kids, they tend to spend less time in the foster care system. Once they leave the system, they're less likely to return if they have an individualized CASA advocate. So that advocate helps build a relationship with a young person, visiting at least once a month, sometimes more, committing to the case for sometimes up to a year and a half or more, whatever it takes to see the case through, and try to find a safe, permanent home where the child is more likely to thrive. So that may mean, for example, attending a PPT meeting for a child who's in special education, or as Adriana was saying, tracking down after school summer programs, early childhood development programs for kids. So it's meant to be kind of a complement as part of a team of professionals, and supporting children and families, because our hope whenever possible is to keep the kids in their home of origin. That's why we're involved in the protective supervision, not just the foster care cases. And if the child is in foster care, then the hope is always, whenever possible, to reunify the child with the family in a safe, timely way. If that isn't possible, then try to identify in concert with the professionals, an appropriate longer-term option, whether guardianship with a member of the extended family, if possible, or adoption with, some other caring individual or family.
So is the CASA volunteer sit at the table when important decisions are made? Is that fair to say?
Yeah. We are empowered by the court, so it stands again for court-appointed special advocate. It is a professional role, although it's an unpaid role, you could say. As Adriana was mentioning, there's pretty extensive training, both pre-service and continuing in-service training, and we get some outstanding volunteers ranging from their 20s to their 70s, from all walks of life, men and women, and we're always looking for more of these dedicated folks to join our movement. And if you're not able to do that, then certainly by donating through the Great Give or directly to our website, or raising awareness through our social media. We have a YouTube channel with a lot more information, for example. Those are ways you can support us and spread the word.
Mm-hmm. And Adriana, where do the volunteers come from? How do they seek you out? Do you seek them out? Because it sounds like from what Josiah is saying that you've got a whole range of people, age-wise and otherwise.
Yeah, I think it's a mixture. I think it's recruitment, and it's also, word of mouth. Young professionals are really looking to get involved and play a positive role in children's lives. I think we have a good number of college students. We have grad students. We have retired professionals. We have people who are on their second career. Kudos to Josiah for really building the organization over the last year and a half and strengthening our recruitment network. And I think everybody should really be a CASA volunteer, and I'm saying that because the work that we do is really important. And I think having that impact and that support in a child's life is really instrumental to their kind of life-term success. Something was really loud. Sorry.
We're okay here. Are you all right? So it's so interesting. It's so interesting you say that, because when you said everybody should be a CASA volunteer, I was thinking to myself to say, you mean like it's important for democracy that everybody serve on a jury? It's important for the social fabric for people to understand what happens to families in crisis. Why should everybody be a CASA volunteer?
I think we all have a role. I mean, I'll just quickly jump in. I think we all have a role to play in the, success and health of our community and our children. And I think this is a good opportunity to engage and do that, whether it's through donating through Great Give or whether it's becoming a volunteer or attending one of our events. I think that is really the importance of making our community thrive.
Right. So go to thegreatgive.org and dial in CASA, make a donation. And if people want to volunteer, they could find the route on the site, I assume. And what will they encounter in terms of the commitment to learn how to be in this role? How many hours and what kind of training?
Sure. Yeah. So if you email volunteer@connecticut-casa.org, we'll send you all the information. There are about 30 hours of pre-service training involved, roughly 15 of it through our online platform, and the rest through 5 weekly Zoom meetings of about 3 hours each. We've moved our training entirely online, so it's quite efficient. And then once you complete the training, and of course, background checks and an interview, as well as the application, once you commit to a case, it's, as I was saying, around 18 months. At least you need to be prepared for that, because we don't want the CASA volunteer to be another individual in and out of a child's life. And on a monthly basis, it might be around 10, 15 hours or so, sometimes a little more if in a given month there's a court hearing that requires the writing of a court report. And that's one of the expectations, that typically every 3 to 6 months, something like that, there may be an in-court review or other hearing. And the volunteer, in concert with our staff, prepares a report to inform the judge about recommendations, findings, about what might be in the child's best interest, to work alongside with the DCF social worker, the attorney for the child, the attorneys for the parents, and so on.
And does the volunteer, I would imagine in some cases the volunteer could become quite close to the child. I mean, is taking the child to the ball game a part of the picture, or does that cross a professional line?
Yeah, we certainly respect the work of many mentoring organizations, and that's very important to youth development. But this role is distinctive, and there are clear boundaries. So, for example, we do not allow the volunteer to transport a child. And typically the meetings are in either the foster home, if it's a protective supervision case, in the family home, or in some neutral place like the public library or a school or a park. And we also basically insist that there be no more than nominal gifts given to the child, because it is, it's ultimately, it's a court-appointed role, and the aim is to help the child find a safe, permanent home, to build a relationship, but to not raise expectations beyond, what might be appropriate.
Yeah, you used the word movement a little while ago, and I'm just looking at some notes I made. Nationally, as of 2017, 261,000 children were represented by more than 85,000 CASA volunteers. That is a movement. That's a lot of people.
Yes. So, as I mentioned, 49 states around the country have CASA programs, and this year the movement is celebrating its 40th anniversary. So that's one of the virtues of this, because we have evaluation data to demonstrate the effectiveness. We have technical assistance and the training resources for our volunteers, and we have the inspiration, the lessons learned that can come from our colleagues in other states. And in fact, one of our new colleagues, our staff people, that the hiring of such lean staff is made possible in part through Gifts to the Great Give. She happens to have been a volunteer herself, and then briefly a staff person at Dallas CASA, which is one of the most established such programs in the country. So we're benefiting from her having been there in coming to help us launch our startup version of CASA here in Connecticut.
Well, in the final moments that we have, I'm supposed to ask you if there's a song or a poem or a lyric that you'd like to recite, but you don't have to do it. But
we came prepared.
Yeah, we're ready. So in fact, I had emailed it to Paul and Harry. So we have a song, a rendition of "You've Got a Friend," written by Carole King, made famous by James Taylor, but our favorite version here at Connecticut CASA is by Brandon Sherrod, who is a former Yale whiff and poof, native of Bridgeport, and I think you have the recording that he's done. He's also a professional musical artist.
Okay, you
and he's
sing
a
the
Connecticut
song.
CASA ambassador, Brandon Sherrod.
There you go. And people should go to Great Give while you sing.
When you're down and troubled and you need some love and care, and nothing, oh, nothing is turning out right. Oh, close your eyes and think of me. And soon I summer
fall.
All
All you have to do is call.
and I'll be there. Yeah, yeah. You've got a friend. Now, ain't it good to know that you've got a friend? 'Cause the world can be so cold.
That was great, but we got to wrap it up.
Thank you, folks.
We have
Thank
people
you.
waiting in line, but thank you very much.
Good luck.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, so that was great. You have a friend, Alan.
I do. I do. All these organizations are wonderful, Harry.
All right, so
How do
we
you
have,
how do you choose? How do you choose? Is the
I know, we
question.
have Fostering Family coming.
Okay.
Fostering Family Hope coming up next.
Right. Aaron Johnson and Megan Pearson.
Yep. So,
All right.
Oh, and you got it.
All right. This is Alan. I'm talking to Aaron Johnson and Megan Pearson.
Hi, how are you? Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Who's who?
I'm Erin. I'm Megan.
So, welcome to the Great Giveathon Radiothon. Is this the first time Fostering Family Hope is on?
Yes, we are a brand new nonprofit organization, and this is our first year participating in the Great Give, and we're really excited about it.
So tell us about the organization, why you created it, and what need you're focused on, and while people do that, they can go to Fostering Family Hope. Is that the official?
Yes, fosteringfamilyhope.org is
Okay.
our website, and then you can find us on the Great Give at by searching Fostering Family Hope.
Great. Okay. So tell us about the origins of the organization and specifically what you're up to.
Okay, so Erin and I and our families have become foster parents. We've been foster parents for 6 years now. And we found that.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. When we were getting placements, they came really with nothing.
The
they
kids, the kids, right.
Yep. Yeah. So after doing that for about a year, we started a foster closet. So when kids do come into care, social workers, foster families could call us and we would send them with a bag full of clothes and supplies.
Oh.
And that has grown into lots of different programs. We do 5 different programs. We do the foster closet. We do the visitation rooms. We go into visitation rooms and make them more like living rooms for families. And we also do special events for reunited biological families as well as foster, adoptive, and kinship families. What else do we do? We do support groups as well. And our care bag program has kind of developed out of our foster closet. So not only do we provide clothing, shoes, furniture, anything that a foster, kinship, or reunited biological family might need, but we also provide those care bags on an emergency care basis to social workers, agencies, or families that need it. So it's grown over time, and we're really excited about that growth and the need that we're able to meet through these programs. And what Fostering Family Hope does is, and what our vision is really is to see a united team approach to foster care. So we're really just re-envisioning what foster care looks like. And that means, you know, a child comes into care and that child might have several different types of families, a foster family, a relative, a biological parent. He also has their community and a church maybe, or the agency that they're working with, whether that's DCF or another agency, a social worker. And so we take that family circle is what we call it, and we create a united team approach to foster care where everybody's encouraged and supported, and it's not one against the other, but we're all working together for the benefit of kids in care. So supporting biological families and creating these connections between foster and biological families, or foster families and social workers, that's really important, all for the well-being of the kids in care, so that hopefully they can go home. And if they can't go home, then they can find a beautiful adoptive family as their resource for their next journey.
So it was your experience as foster parents that that coordination was or is lacking in a lot of situations?
Yeah, I think, going into foster care, we didn't know what to expect, either of us or our families, but sometimes foster care can feel a little disjointed, where you are the foster family and you might be at not at odds, but like on a different page than other members of that family circle. And so building those bridges and joining these different sections of the family circle, we felt is really important. And what we've seen happen when we've done that, when we've been able to build relationships with a biological family or a social worker, we've really seen a case progress like in a much healthier way. We've seen a lot of reunifications that way. And it's important that kids experience less trauma. It's less difficult for transitions and so on. So yes, we've seen a need in that regard in the foster care community, although Connecticut is doing a great job with all of what they do to get kids home and to keep kids and families. But there's still a community that, is out there, and creating that support and that network for all of those individual members of that family circle is really important.
So what geographical area are you able to work in, and how do you choose the families to work with? I imagine there are like 1,000 families that you would work with, but you can't work with 1,000. How do they come to you, or you to them?
Social workers usually refer them to us. Sorry, we sometimes have an unexpected little one with us. So social workers usually refer us, or even just in our homes, working with the biological families and the placements that we have in our care. Our network is getting bigger. It helps that we did the New Haven visitation rooms over and the Meriden visitation rooms over, so they get, we can get our name out that way, and the social workers know to contact us if they need anything. And families can find us on Facebook, Instagram, our website. So usually when families are searching for support services related to foster care, we come up, and they can reach out that way to us. Any of those ways, website, anything, email, and we are right there for them. So there's a lot of good, but a lot of what people learn about us is through the work that we do. And one of the things that we're most excited about is our visitation room program that Megan has talked about. And we partner with agencies, and specifically right now it's been DCF, and we go into an office and we take a room that's really bare, has very minimal toys, if any, and we go in and we make it an environment that supports a family. So kids can go in and feel like a kid, and parents can go in and have the tools they need to be a parent, whether that's diapers or, blocks or anything. So we're building those family relationships and encouraging a positive environment for these families. And through that, the social workers, the agencies, and the families all feel loved and valued, and then they want to know a little bit about us, which we find is great, because we want to offer that to all of the families that we come in contact to.
So people should go to the Great Give and put in Fostering Family Hope and support this new organization, which is it feels like you're. The big need you're fulfilling is almost a kind of coordination need, pulling the people together who might not come together at all, and if and when they do come together, it might not be under the most ideal circumstances. What's a visitation room for people who aren't familiar with the foster world?
So when kids come into care, they do visitations with their biological parents or family members, sometimes once a week, sometimes twice a week for an hour or two. And these visitations, if they don't happen outside in the community libraries or restaurants, they do happen in the DCF office. So
I mean, the kid goes to meet their biological family.
yes,
Accompanied by the foster.
by a case aide, usually a supervisor. Yeah.
Oh, and this could take place in a kind of antiseptic office environment, and you make it into virtually a home setting.
Yeah, exactly. So, a reunification is more likely if, the parents and the children can go into a home-like setting and just be parent and child, or aunt and child, or grandma. We go in there. Before we get in there, the visitation rooms have looked kind of just like waiting rooms with some chairs and some tables. We get in there and we put a beautiful rug down, we put a couch, we paint the walls, we facilitate games and art. And so when they walk in, the parent can just play and have a great visit and a bonding visit. And the child, there's no stress, it is just get on the floor, build some Legos, build some blocks with mom or with dad. There's no just waiting.
Yeah.
To do nothing. There's things to do. There's opportunities to bond. We put dining room tables in there so they can share a meal.
So do you paint the walls you paint the walls? So are you creating basically a permanent space?
It is a permanent.
Well, DCF must love you for doing all their interior decoration.
Well, we get to work really closely with the offices and the teams there, and it's really great to see, how invested they are in the families and what they want to see come out of foster care, and their hearts behind it. But we get the privilege of working with some incredible artists. We find local artists, and we've partnered with another local organization to find those artists. And they come in and they do beautiful murals on the walls, and we coordinate the furniture and everything, the toys, the activities, all around that. So it's an incredible space for these families. And when they go in, they feel like a normal family, and they don't feel like they're, going into a visitation room, but they feel like they're going into a home.
How many of these places have you transformed?
We've done 3 visitation offices, so Middletown, New Haven, and Meriden, and we're currently working in the Norwich office. So our services kind of encompass all of Connecticut, but we are mostly focused on the southern part of Connecticut. We've done a lot of work in the greater New Haven area and continue to reach out to families there. But yes, and each of those offices have 4 or 5 rooms each. So
we've also done 6 incarceration centers with the DCF Fatherhood Initiative. They've made space in some of these centers to do DCF supervised visits with their fathers that are incarcerated. And so we've gone in there and have provided toys and games and a nice little space where fathers can visit with their kids while incarcerated.
So you do that with the space, and then any number of other families, as the months and years go on, will be able to utilize it.
That's right. Yes. I mean, there's so many kids in care, and throughout Connecticut, 3,200 kids in care, and each office has their own numbers. But, these rooms will not just benefit the current families that are using them, but, for years to come, like you said.
So interesting. And I was talking with somebody who came on about how many nonprofits there are in New Haven and in Connecticut. And, this is a real something that you've identified out of your personal experience. And and it all derived out of your wanting to clothe better the kid that came into your life.
Yeah,
Amazing.
absolutely. We
Right.
see these kids come into care and we feel that they deserve everything just as any other kid would deserve it. And so
Right.
that's not being done. We wanted to change that. And that's what
Right.
we kind of aim to do.
Anyway, well, listen, as we wrap up, I should ask you if you have a brief song or lyric or lullaby to sing to us. And as you do that, people will be able to go to The Great Give and dial up Fostering Family Hope.
Sure. You want me to?
You do it.
Okay.
I might cry.
So we have a poem called "A Family is Like a Circle" by Nicole O'Neill. A family is like a circle. The connection never ends. And even if at times it breaks, in time it always mends. A family is like the stars. Somehow they're always there. Families are those who help, who support, and always care. A family is like a book. The ending's never clear, but through the pages of the book, their love is always near. A family is many things with endless words that show who they are and what they do and how they teach you so you know. But don't be weary if it's broken or if through time it's been so worn. Families are like that. They're split up and always torn. But even if this happens, your family will always be. They help define just who you are and will be a part of you eternally. We chose that because we do encompass a whole family circle, and that looks different for everybody. But each of those units in that family circle make up each child, and we want to show them how important they all are.
Well, Erin Johnson and Megan Pearson, thank you so much. Thank you, Family Fostering Hope. And go to The Great Give and foster this wonderful activity. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And good luck. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Hi.
Her audio is just coming on now.
Okay.
So you're listening to The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. You got it, Alan.
Hello, and this is the way Weruch Inspires. Can you help me with that pronunciation?
Sure. Weruche Inspires.
Weruche Inspires.
Correct.
Yeah. So tell us who you are and what this new organization, new to me, what you're up to these days.
About.
Please.
Sure. My name is Weruche Uzoka George. I am a former asylee. I've been in the United States 17 years now. We started WIN in 2015.
Okay.
We call it WIN, which is the short form. Weruche Inspires. I could start with a story. In 2013, I attended the Nobel Peace Summit, and I got a chance to meet one of the human rights advocates. She's mother. I forget her name now, but she's this nun from Syria. And so that was during the time where we had Boko Haram, when the Boko Haram kidnapped girls in Nigeria. I'm originally from Nigeria. And so I asked her, because, at that time, everyone was wondering how to help and, how we're going to, make a difference. And so when I spoke with her, she said to me to, form an organization and, write a petition to the government of Nigeria demanding support and assistance with, releasing the girls. And so when I came back to the United States, it was, of course, I got busy with work and school and my kids. And so we sort of shelved that. But in 2015, a group of us came together and decided to, incorporate this organization as a way to empower women and girls. And over the years, we've done work in Nairobi, Kenya. We've done work in, a bunch of different places. We support a bunch of other organizations here in Connecticut, like IRIS, for instance, and organizations that help immigrants particularly, because we found a gap, especially with education. We found a gap where girls are not supported through like maybe scholarships or grants, and it is imperative that we come together for them. And so we found that gap amongst other gaps, like, domestic violence. A lot of the women have stories we have personal stories as well. And so we've done counseling work with women, we've assisted women in different capacities. And so that became our focus. I mean, over the years, we've kind of pivoted to different things depending on what's going on in our personal lives. But this year, more than ever, we see the need to continue the conversation about education for girls, particularly immigrant girls in our community, in our local community. And so that's kind of like a brief, overview of who we are, why we're passionate, and what we do in our community.
And is it mainly in the I noticed that one of the programs is a scholarship program connected with Hampden High School.
Yes, Hampden High School. This particular Scholarship for Girls program is focused on the New Haven community and Hampden High School particularly. I have a daughter who graduated from Hampden High, and so we sort of like, and again, based on our knowledge of all the immigrant girls who attend and their inability to get scholarships, to attend college, we decided to focus on Hampden because that's our local community. I mean, over the years, we've done more work outside of Hampden, but we're realizing the need to tailor it to our community as a way to be more effective, should I say. It's easier for us to drive, to our, to businesses and local organizations here, as opposed to hoping that we can buy, tickets to travel outside to fundraise. And so to tie it back to what I said initially about the Boko Haram, unfortunately, we've not been able to do as much as we would want. But I think that it's important to know that that was the starting point for us. That was what kind of spurred us on, caused us to to become more passionate about, supporting.
So what in your experience are the obstacles? Well, how would you enumerate the obstacles for like immigrant girls to succeed in high school and college and beyond? Well, what I would imagine is, are there language issues? Are there financial issues? I suppose all.
The financial issues, yes, for sure. Financial issues. That's the biggest gap. Is that a lot of, especially the community that we support, a lot of these immigrants are refugees. Some of them come from, they've had really tough experiences. And so even resettling in the United States has been like a big challenge for them and for their parents as well. And so, you find that sometimes the focus is not, is not geared towards education as it should be. It's really about survival. It's really about just help, balancing all the other, things they have to experience. And so that's one of the reasons is the financial, as well as, just the barriers exist. There's the language barrier, yes, that's present, but more the social barriers, the assimilation is a big thing. Being able to be understood, being able to be supported by your community, just because, it's something I find challenging, because a lot of people don't know what their stories are. They don't know who they are. They don't know where they're from. They probably consider them weird in some ways. And so it's the challenge is the assimilation, the being able to articulate what who you are, what your experiences are, and then, having your community support you, should I say. So that, it's multi-faceted, it's multi-layered.
So as we're listening to this story, people should go to thegreatgive.org, which is now up to $842,000, which is a lot of money.
Nice.
Let's hope some of that is going to go to where Uche inspires, as we're talking to where Uche George. So how do you apart from the scholarships, how do you engage? What do the interventions look like? Do you go into the high school? Do you organize clubs or events there or outside of the school?
So far we haven't organized those events just yet. They're pending, but we engage online. We use Zoom. We meet online. Through Zoom. We have these meetings. We have these conversations. I mean, recently, again, we have a lot of programs that we're working on. Some of them we've shelved, but recently we started with the literacy program. I mean, we're an arts and culture organization. And so we know that it is important to teach about where a lot of these people are from. And so teach culture, expose the American community to who we are and what we're about. And so recently we started this language, immersion thing where we teach our, basic knowledge about the Igbo language in Nigeria, the Hausa language, the Yoruba language. We're starting with teaching the community who these people are, what are they about? And it's gonna foster a sense of belonging, particularly for our community. And so that's sort of one of the many things that we've done. We've done more fundraising for immigrants. That's pretty much what we've focused on through other organizations that are more established. And so we've done more of that and been a part of that as well.
So is this really, it's really an issue that let's say Nigerian high school kids don't know much about where their families hail from, and they don't know about these languages? They've forgotten all of this?
Yes, especially because in America, they haven't started to teach anything African. They haven't started to teach, recently the governor, thank God for him, he's rolling out that program that allows African Black history to be taught, right, in schools. But before now, it hasn't been the case. And so not just particularly not just the immigrants themselves not knowing what their background is, but the entire community doesn't know what their background is. And we see the need to engage the community about who these people are, because I think that's going to simplify a lot of the issues that they are, that present. So it's important to, first of all, foster that sense of belonging for the not just the Nigerians, for the immigrant community, for people to know that these people, first of all, came as refugees. They're not weirdos. They're just people who happen to leave their own home, because there was a problem, and came here, and they should be part of this community, and they should be accepted. And the layer above that is, and the community that they're belonging to should know, how best to accept them. And one way to do that is to learn about what this, learn about things outside of the United States, should I say. So that's I'm
sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was just going to, continue what I was saying. Basically, is that it's important that we create these avenues. We have so many projects that are coming in the coming, months and years, where it's going to be a whole lot of cultural immersion, opening this community up to understanding the African, not just specifically African, but the immigrant experience, the culture, who we are, what we're about, teaching them as a way to be able to create that, should I say, the environment that is accommodating for the immigrants.
And are you working to put on theatrical programs?
Yes, a lot of those, the music, the dance, again, the language, the culture, the food, the dressing, the fashion, a lot of it. I want to say this about the program that the governor, rolled out. He happens to be the first and only governor right now that has, talked about teaching Black history. First of all, I love it. I'm happy he's doing that. I would like to say, though, that it has to be more tailored to actual countries and their experiences, as opposed to just, saying Black history and what Blacks have done, for America. Does that make any sense?
It does. Yeah. I mean, Black history is taught, but the African history, and
particularly
it has, it doesn't have its own special place yet. And I think that's what Weruche Inspires through you is working on through your organization, right?
Yes, amongst
Yeah.
others. So for this Great Give, it's where we're raising funds for the Girls Scholarship Program.
Oh,
We have to be
wonderful.
Mhm.
Oh, good. All right. So I'm told we have to wrap up. I'm just wondering if there is a poem or a song or a story that you could end up with, and as you perform it, people should go to the Great Give and where Ruche inspires, and maybe some support will come in.
Sure. Okay, I have an Igbo song. I'm just gonna sing it. Eluwa omebigo, oluni na ilulu agugo, chetakwa n'ife melụ na mbụ, ike agụ, ọlụ agụ. Ọ gịnị ka mmadụ ya kpọchi ya n'azụ? Orika akwa, ọjọka akwa, enu wee sika akwa n'ike. Ụwa dịrachie.
I love the way you sang it. In a sense, what does it say in English?
It just talks about the world and the difficulties that exist. I mean, I could go into the couple of the verses after. It just talks about this young boy who walks into this little forest and is encounters a lot of different things, and is just reminded that that the world is tough. Really, that's just what it is.
Well, it's getting a little bit easier with organizations like Where Ruche Inspires. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Great to
good luck
meet
to you.
Thank you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right.
All right, so we have who is next? All Corners Farm.
Yes.
So Stuart Peaceful, I guess. Stuart, are you there?
It's
Hello?
Asbel.
Asbel.
Stuart.
How you doing?
I am well, thank you. How are you?
Pretty good. All right, Alan, it's all yours.
Hi, Stuart. I'm Alan
Hi.
Appel with The Independent and WNHH. Well, tell us about All Corners Farm and where you are and what you do, and just assume the world doesn't know about you.
So All Corners Farm is an agricultural nonprofit based in Cheshire, Connecticut.
Okay.
And our primary mission is to grow toxin-free, organic, non-GMO produce and donate it to local organizations that support food insecurity in New Haven County. So we donate to the Cheshire Pantry, we donate in Southington, we donate in Waterbury, and this year we've taken over managing the Mitzvah Garden at Temple Beth David in Cheshire, which is a garden operation that's been going on, I think, since 2011. And they wanted to bring us in to help perpetuate the project. They've grown over 10,000 pounds of produce since their inception. And so it's become a vital community resource for the Cheshire Pantry. So we're now very honored to be a part of that. So that's our primary mission. We also stand for educating the public on sustainable growing practices, introducing the concept of home growing to people who may not be able to do it even in small spaces. It's possible to grow on a balcony, on a porch, or wherever, and some people just don't know where to get started, so we help them out with that. And so we were partnering with organizations across the area, and since our first year harvesting, we've donated around 7,000 pounds of fresh produce to these various organizations. So it's been a great journey for us, and we're very pleased to be able to help these organizations out, since most of the foods in pantries are non-perishables, with preservatives and this, that, and the other thing, cans, boxed foods. The governor has really wanted to help these organizations bring more fresh produce in. And so that's a priority for all of our partners. So we're trying to help them fill that need.
And how many beneficiaries are there? You're just a year old or
no?
older?
We're going into our fourth growing season now.
Okay.
We were founded in 2018. My lovely wife, who is the other half of our organization, incorporated us as a nonprofit in 2018. So shout out to Corey. And our first growing season was 2019. So we've been through the whole pandemic and everything else, and it's just on with COVID and now the supply chain issues and shortages. It's just become something very vital for these organizations. So Cheshire Pantry serves around 250 families. I think the Southington Pantry about the same. We also donate to the Greater Waterbury Interfaith Ministry Soup Kitchen, and they do about 400 meals a day, 6 days a week. And we've also recently partnered with another nonprofit called One Heart, One Soul. And One Heart, One Soul serves around 35 families who got hit by COVID layoffs. And so our food goes directly to them when we donate to them. So it's probably, we're thousands of people in the area, a couple thousand people probably are at this point impacted by what we do. And, as we expand, we want to, we're talking about bringing in the families from One Heart, One Soul to come to the farm and actually, learn about the process of growing food, have them participate, and take some ownership over what's going on there and being part of the process. So we've been very fortunate that we've had a lot of people come in and support us over the last 3-4 years. It's been really great. And the Great Give is a huge, huge boost for our operations, especially now.
You're right. People should go to the Great Give, even as you're talking, Stuart, and dial in All Corners Farm and make a contribution. The totals are up to 863,000 from 4,531 donors. It's really quite wonderful.
Yeah, it's a great program, and the foundation has just done a great thing for little nonprofits like us. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without the Great Give. So we're very grateful for the platform that we've gotten through them.
Tell us about the farm. Where is the farm, and how big is it? And are you able to grow stuff throughout the different growing seasons year round, or how do you do it?
So we started out with little donated plots. We had a site in Higganum. We had a couple sites in Cheshire. One was actually at Paws Pet Resort and Spa, where they have a little Christmas tree farm on the premises, and they let us build a 500 square foot bed there. Our other plot is at the Boulder Knoll Community Farm, which I actually, as my, day job, I'm the manager there. And we have a plot there that's on 3 acres of what used to be the Lassen Dairy Farm that the Friends of Boulder Knoll leases from the town of Cheshire. And they've provided us with growing space for the past 3 years. So we're growing now, I think probably a little over 3,000 square feet, which doesn't seem like much, but we are in a good year, we can do at least 3,500 pounds of food.
And what is it? Is it the usual items that people use, tomatoes and lettuces, or are you and are you finding that you're finding a kind of a crop niche? Are you growing a lot of collards or mustard greens or all those wonderful things that are good for people?
Yeah, we have we do a pretty wide variety of things because certain organizations want certain foods. So, for instance, One Heart, One Soul, and WIM love getting green. So we're growing kale and collards and lettuce and things like that, and we earmark those for those. Cheshire Pantry loves getting peppers, tomatoes, eggplant, things like that. So we grow a lot of stuff, and they get a lot of that. And we also grow summer squash, winter squash, carrots. You know, we try and do a wide variety of things because, you know, you get different nutritional benefits from all these different vegetables. And, you know, part of what we do is, you know, we give instruction as say, so some things people may not be familiar with or know what to do with. Not everybody knows what to do with kale. It's like, oh, it's hard, whatever. And so, we give them ideas for roasting it, for massaging it, making soups, using the young greens for salads, et cetera, et cetera. And so, you know, we try and balance everything, but certain places like to get certain things. So we grow them with the intention for them to go to these places. And then, you know, so, you know, we could use more tomatoes this week. So, or somebody says, you know, Cheshire Pantry has like way too many tomatoes. So we'll take them elsewhere.
Right.
There's always somewhere for the food to go. So, but we try to keep it balanced.
You sound like a happy guy. I always thought that people who grow food, like farmers, are they're doing something that's so inherently both necessary and wonderful that it would make them, the job would make people happy, although it's hard work.
It's definitely hard work, but it is fulfilling work. And
that's what I mean, right?
Yeah, and there is a great spiritual component to farming. You're out in nature, you're very connected to the earth, and you're connected to your community. And, you know, our organizational slogan is lifting people locally. And so, you know, when we go out there and, you know, on the hottest bug-filled, humid days, you know we're out there providing a service for people, and we're glad to do it. And they're very grateful, and we're grateful to be in a position to be able to do what we do. And again, the donations that we get through the Great Give literally fund us and keep us going. You know, we're not a huge, giant organization. It's my wife Corey and I and our board and volunteers. And but yeah, it's the site where we grow at Boulder Knoll is a great community of people. The YMCA's had a plot there. Ben Haven Academy has a plot there, and you know we help facilitate donating crops that they have, and other nonprofits and just growers there. It's a kind of like a cooperative farm, so people rent plots, and when they have extra, they contact me and say, hey, can you take this? I'm going to be out of town, or I have too many tomatoes, or whatever. So it's a great community of people, and it just makes it a joy.
Sounds like it. So people should go to thegreatgive.org and dial up All Corners Farm, and to help keep the crops growing. So how come, Stuart, that I made the mistake? I put tomatoes in the ground about 2.5 weeks ago, and one night it was 38 degrees and my little tomatoes withered.
Yes.
I was very sad, very sad.
Yes. So we have a couple of things. Tomatoes should definitely not go in the ground until what is considered to be what they call the last frost date, which in Connecticut is usually somewhere around May 15th through the 25th, something like that.
Yes, someone told me Mother's Day is associated with tomatoes going in the ground.
Yeah, you're pretty safe. You're pretty safe with Mother's Day. Any earlier, and you're going to have some issues. So, you know, and climactically, we're experiencing kind of a shift. Prior to moving up to Connecticut, I was in Philadelphia, and I started noticing a shift where the months were kind of like a month behind. So say March was February, April was March, May was April, and then we weren't getting frost until November. And now that's starting to happen here in Connecticut. That's kind of been the trend that I've been noticing. So,
Yes.
so as a farmer, I'm adjusting everything that I do. So, I'm always getting pushed to, oh, it's St. Patrick's Day, plant your peas. I'm like, no, because it's
Yeah.
going to snow and it's going to be cold and they're not going to do anything. And then I'm going to have to replant them. And that's basically what happens. So when I try and encourage people to start their crops indoors if they have the space, and then wait till April to get your kale out and your cold weather early spring crops out. And then May, tomatoes, same thing. Wait a little bit longer. So we're going to put ours in probably third week of May. We'll start putting those in, and on and on. So, but the upside is that we're still harvesting vegetables, last week of October. So hopefully
There you
that
go.
holds. So,
Stuart Asbell, we have to wrap up, and thank
Okay.
you and thank your wife, and thank you for growing. And people should go to The Great Give and keep those crops growing at All Corners Farm. Thanks so much for joining us, and good luck
thank you
to
for
you.
having us and for supporting us. I appreciate it.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
You're listening to The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. Take it away, Ellen.
And we see Kimberly Stoner of the Greater New Haven Community Chorus.
Yeah, I need to unmute.
Yeah.
There we go. Now I'm unmuted. Okay.
Well, you have the voice of a singer.
I hope so.
So tell us about the Greater New Haven Community Chorus. We have 10 or 15 minutes to chat, and you obviously have to sing something either at the beginning or the middle or the end.
Okay, all right. Yeah. So the Greater New Haven Community Chorus is our motto is building community one note at a time.
There you go.
We are very proud to be open to everyone who wants to sing with a chorus. We have the highest standard of choral music for a non-auditioned chorus, and anybody can join the chorus. And
Well, wait a second. I cannot carry a tune, much to my lifetime regret. And my wife is a choral singer. So can I tell her that I could go and without an audition, hang out with you folks and go to performances? Can I do that?
Yeah, so we are open to everybody. Actually, Paul Bass always says the same thing when I've interviewed with Paul Bass before. But yeah, a lot of people who think they can't sing actually can sing if they are, given the opportunity, and we work on skill building for people so that they can learn more about how to sing and how to do it in a healthy way, and about how to learn more about music. So you aren't required to be able to read music, and probably about a third of the people in the chorus don't read music, and they learn these pieces. They learn pretty sophisticated, complicated pieces by ear with practice tracks and lots of help in rehearsals. And so, yeah, so I think that that's just a really important aspect of the chorus, is that not enough people are willing to try to sing. We all are accustomed to hearing music over the radio or in recordings that's very processed, and that, leads people to think that you have to be perfect in order to be a singer. And
Well, I love to hear this. This is music to my ears, you'll pardon the expression. And we're listening to Kimberly Stoner of the Greater New Haven Community Chorus on the Great Give. And you can go to thegreatgive.org and dial up the Greater New Haven Community Chorus. So tell us how many people are in the chorus, where you'll be performing next, and stuff like that.
okay, so right now we have about 50 people in the chorus. We were hit hard, as you can imagine, by COVID. We had over 100 people in the chorus in March of 2020, and choral singing, was really hit hard. But anyway, we still, after 2 years of a combination of Zoom rehearsals and hybrid rehearsals, which is what we do now, we still have 50 people. And we are going to be performing on June the 4th at 7:30, Saturday, June the 4th at 7:30 at the United Church on the Green. And that will be a free concert. So everybody should come and hear us. And then think about joining the chorus. We are open to new members in the fall, and we really want to reach out widely to the community.
And people are people of all ages are in the chorus. Who's your youngest and who's your oldest?
So I can't tell you that right now. I know that a few years ago, the oldest person in the chorus was 103.
Whoa.
Unfortunately, she's passed away since then. And we have had people who were students in the chorus. It's, as I said, the COVID has hit us hard, and we've lost a lot of our age range and our diversity, I'm afraid. But we're hoping to get it all back.
Well, I'm certain you will, in part by getting support for the Greater New Haven Community Chorus on thegreatgive.org that you're listening to on Radiothon, WNHH Community Radio. And are we gonna hear a tune now, or a song, or a melody, or something from the upcoming program?
So it's not from the upcoming program, because you can't really sing choral music by yourself very well.
By definition, how many people do you have to sing choral music? More than two, right?
Right. So we're SATB, soprano, alto, tenor, bass.
Four. You need four people.
Four. Yeah. So you have to have at least four. Yeah. And we tried to do choral music as lots of people did over Zoom, and it doesn't really work over Zoom. So we actually have two virtual choral pieces that are on YouTube that we did, where each person sings individually, and then it's all put together by computers into a choral.
Oh, wow. Yes, I've seen. That's fabulous. All right, time for you to perform, Kimberly.
Okay, so this is just one of my personal favorite songs, which is by Edward Kleban, and it's called Self-Portrait. And I think it's also really kind of about being real, which is what choral singing is about. So, I'd love for you to know me well, to see me falling into place, to see the face behind the face behind the face. I'd love for you to see me clear, with all my virtues and my lies, with all the pleasure and the pain around the eyes. I want the opportunity to show you the whole damn display, to open like a flower and to know you will stay. I wish that you could take me home and take the time to work me out, to say, yes, there she is. That's what she's about. The joy of her, the silliness, the hell. I'd love for you to know me very well.
Ooh, thank you so much for that. Choral singing is about being real. You introduced that. That song is about being. It's so interesting. You have been entertained by Kimberly Stoner of the Greater New Haven Community Chorus. Go to thegreatgive.org, and we're getting close to $900,000 on the little ticker, and close to 5,000 individual donors, which is pretty amazing. And I hope some of that goes your way, Kimberly. And thank you so much. Keep singing.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk about the chorus.
SATB. I live with an alto.
I'm an alto too.
Yes, I could tell. That I can tell. Thank you again. Greater New Haven Community Chorus, sing on. We'll talk to you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Ellen. So I was waiting for you to jump in and sing with her.
Well, I tell you, I was going to tell her about my experience with my 7th grade music teacher, which was traumatic. I was embarrassed in front of all the students. I couldn't carry the tune to Jingle Bells, and she basically sent me into the last row in the corner of the music room, and I just communed with the mouse in the corner for the whole semester. I've never been able to sing, but maybe next year, Harry.
So that's your excuse. You have singing PTSD.
Oh, the worst of the worst kind. I can't even sing in the shower.
All right. So before we go on to our next guest, I just want to let everybody know that you're listening to The Great Give, a 36-hour online giving event to support local nonprofits. You're listening to The Great Give on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. And this is Alan Appel, hosting for us until about 2 o'clock, right, Al?
Well, that's right. I think we have 1, 2, 4 more people, each taking 15 minutes to tell us about their organization.
All right. So
in the pipeline.
We'll let in Sandra Cops right now.
From the NSS Food Pantry Program.
Yep. So it's all yours.
Hi, Sandra.
Hello, Alan.
Whoa. Is that you?
It's me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, and I also hear some music, but it's faded away. Well,
Oh, you want me to turn it up? I was supposed to come in with a song or a poem.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I think you should turn it off at the moment. We can put it on at the end if you like.
Hey, you're the boss.
What was the music?
Don't Stop by Fleetwood Mac.
So you and the message of the music is don't stop supporting NSS, the Nutrition Security Solutions Organization.
Yeah. Think about tomorrow.
So tell us about NSS. It's an organization that I'm not familiar with and would like to be.
Well, we began with our focus on the elderly in HUD housing. at the largest HUD-sponsored facility in Hamden. It's actually the largest HUD elderly and disabled facility in Connecticut.
Where is this? Where is this?
In Hamden. It's in Hamden on Putnam Avenue.
Okay.
And there's 360 residents. And when we began, there's a small lunchroom there that has lunch meals. And it was only serving about 28 people when there were cutbacks in elderly nutrition programs, and they were eliminating the lunches on Fridays. And no brown bag with 2 sandwiches and an apple or so for the weekend.
When was this? When was this?
2017.
So that's when you decided to fill that gap for starters.
Yeah, so we started packing bags of supplemental foods to carry these people over. And then more people thought, well, we did a really good job putting those packages together.
Mm-hmm.
And so the social workers said, well, you know, we have more people that would like to have this. And they didn't want to say no. So I began to look for funding outside of what we had to start with, which was $1,000 from a church that I was associated with and became a board member. I'm now on the board. I've been on the board for 5 years, and now I'm vice president. And so the program has grown, and we, at the time the pandemic happened, we were serving about 150 people, which is about 35% of the population. And then because of the pandemic, it grew to even more, to almost 50%, almost 200 people. And it's fallen off again because the pandemic emergency is somewhat over. This population was severely, the reason the administration wanted the program to grow, be there and grow, was because these people have severe mobility impairments. And so Davenport is kind of in a food desert, a swamp, what you call a food swamp, where there's just convenience stores and that kind of thing. There's one small independent grocery store, which is good, but it's kind of high end. The prices are high. So these people had difficulty getting to grocery stores. There is a shuttle to a major grocer, but they are limited in what they can carry at one time.
Right.
And then if they have walkers and wherever, they can't manage the groceries. So during the pandemic, we realized this was a really big problem. So more people came on, and they wanted bigger volumes of food. There was a severe food shortage right in February through May of 2020, when the pandemic hit. And so we really had to look for other food sources besides the food bank and donations from just individuals.
So what'd you do?
We got more grants, and then we first got a better food supply through food wholesalers, and we really sort of searched through food suppliers like a pub crawl.
Pub crawl.
But we were getting eggs and cottage cheese and all that kind of thing.
And Sandra, how were you delivering the food? If the beneficiaries were all in the same area, at least.
Yeah, it was one site. So
one site, so you didn't have to have van service. You could right. So how? But still, that's a lot.
There was no place at the residence for storing the food before.
So where did you figure out how to do that? Where does it?
Well, we had to relocate to a large storeroom. So we did find space temporarily at Borough 496, where Dale Krupp had opened his incubator.
Oh, okay.
And he was willing to have us as tenants because he opened that building when the pandemic happened. And so people weren't going to rent space there. So we were basically the only tenant. We and one other group were the only tenants. So that's how we operated. It was just like 3 minutes down the street from where we were delivering packages. So anyways, what happened then with the pandemic is there all of a sudden was a lot of food. So our storeroom got to be bulging at the seams. And then we found out that in a neighborhood adjacent to where we were in Newhall, down in Newhallville, these people really don't have access to grocery stores. So it was the same issue of access.
Was it a residential neighborhood with houses, or was it
Oh, yes, a residential area. I mean, there are churches there and schools,
right?
but
Not a
people
lot
sort
of
sa-
stores in Newhallville up there, right?
Yeah, so I mean, they have to go up to the Dixwell corridor, get things.
Right, but if you're disabled and don't have a vehicle, that's
Yeah, elderly people. Yeah, so we started with
Right.
a church down there to have monthly food drives because we had a lot of food, and that worked very well because it was close to us. We didn't have to transport things back and forth.
Okay,
But-
Sandra, hold on to your story. I want to say people should support NSS, Nutrition Security Solutions, by going on thegreatgive.org.
Yes, because we stand for greater access to food supplies.
So the
That's our
key word here
solution.
is it's access is this the solution, or a big part of the solution.
Right
it-
now for general operations, yes.
Right.
But coming out of the pandemic, Alan, we realized that the elderly had specific nutrition problems. I have
Okay.
3 degrees in nutrition sciences. And we realized that they have really specific nutrition needs that are because of aging. People don't realize that, and this came into play with COVID, how elderly people were responding, their immune systems to COVID.
Mhm.
Well, their intestinal systems also have impact because of aging, and that affects what kind of food they can't manage. So we started thinking about being different instead of other programs that are now overwhelmed because there's so much need for
Right.
food assistance.
Right.
They are number based. They pack 100, 200, 400, 700 packages of food a month of whatever they have.
Mm-hmm.
And they say, well, it's pretty good because we have fresh produce and whatever. But we realized that it's better to be value based, not number based. And so we started an e-commerce operation. We did relocate to a site in North Haven now. We have a better warehouse. We have a warehouse, and we're going to license it with the state, the Consumer Protection Agency of Connecticut.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to operate under strict food safety regulations.
Mm-hmm.
Elderly people are very prone to infections, and especially foodborne infections. So you have to be very careful how you distribute food to them, especially things like dairy. So we are now switching into e-commerce, and we have a system, a software system where they go in and they place orders for just what they want in their food packages. They can go over, we're under 400 items in our inventory and select just what they want in their package.
Online.
Online, and then it's packed up and delivered to them.
So, so you don't. Your background as a nutritionist informs what's on the inventory to choose from.
Right. Yes.
So give me 5 things that are really good for elderly people.
Well,
If
a
you
lot
can
of
do
peop-
that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. A lot of people are lactose intolerant because as they get older, they develop lactose intolerance. So
Right.
they don't handle dairy well. But they, for instance, like almond milk as opposed to cow's milk.
Uh-huh.
So we provide almond milk.
And that's unusual. Right.
Yes, and also
Right.
plant-based dairy like oat-based yogurt, vegan cheeses
Mm-hmm.
when we can get them,
Mm-hmm.
and plant-based eggs when we can get them.
Plant-based
So-
eggs.
Eggs, yeah.
How
It's
can an
like
egg
it's like a
taste
squeeze
on a
bottle.
plant?
You can make scrambled eggs out of it.
But it's a plant.
Yeah, yeah, it's
So
plant
what
derived.
color is that? Green eggs and ham? What's the color of the?
No, it's yellow. Just
It's yeah.
So
Well,
one
I
of our
find that-
objectives, in the future is to be a source of alternative protein foods. Protein is very important for elderly people.
Mm.
And they're finding now, Alan, that animal proteins are metabolized different than vegetable-derived proteins.
Mm.
And actually, it's better. Vegetable-derived proteins are metabolized better.
Mm. Oh, great. This is very good. I'm going to have like a veggie burger for lunch after our conversation, I think.
Yeah, we're using less meat at home too. And
Well,
I
this
think-
is excellent. I mean, I'm learning how you really are. You found a niche in the beginning, reaching people for whom access was an issue, and now you're kind
specializing a little bit. Yeah,
you're specializing both in the access side, but also in your inventory side. So people should go and support Nutrition Security Solutions on the greatgive.org here on the Radiothon, Zoomathon of
because it's different and
WNH.
unique. Because it's
Yeah.
different and unique.
And
For a
how
very
many-
important population that has severe challenges with food issues.
How many people
It's
are your
nourishment.
beneficiaries now? How many beneficiaries? Is it all on the e-commerce site now?
Well, we're still doing that one large food drive a
Mhm.
month.
Mhm.
But here's the thing, Alan, food supplies are getting really short again.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know how long we can keep that up. But I think with you using the e-commerce, you can sort of control what foods are available and what you can make best reliable and responsible use of what food resources you have.
Right. Now, so here's a difficult question. A lot of older people, in my experience, personal experience, may not be comfortable online. So you will not be able to serve people who are not computer.
No, that's not true. We have adapted to that. We have a
Okay.
nice brochure that I can send out to anyone who wants to see how the basic e-commerce works. It
Okay.
works like Instacart, where you get a shopper ID and a PIN number and points that are distributed over 6 categories: fruits, vegetables, proteins, grains, whatever. And the points are weighted according to good nutrition so that when you select under those points, you
Mhm.
get a balanced package.
Mhm.
And then everything in the inventory is weighted by point value. So say Sunny D has tons of corn syrup, so that is 4 points. And orange juice is 3 because that's better. So you can buy better food for less points, and if you want crappy food, you spend more points. So that's how you control nutrition.
But you have to do that online. You have
Yes,
to
they
make your
can go.
purchase
They can go in. We have a separate URL.
online.
Or if they can't operate that, now if they're elderly, they can have a relative do it, a mother or father.
Of course,
Or
yeah. Right.
some of them are doing it. We found that at Davenport, this residence, 55% of our orders are people that do it themselves. But we have a tutoring session every Monday and Tuesday afternoon where they can come and have assistance to learn how to do it or actually have the order placed for them.
Where is the session conducted? Online?
No, it's in person in the dining room of the
Oh, at
facility.
Davenport. Oh,
Yeah,
well, this is good. People should learn to do the basics anyway while they're getting good
Yeah,
food.
they're
Doesn't hurt.
slow about being confident about doing it, but once they do
Right.
it for themselves, they
Right.
feel so empowered. And see, elderly people feel like people say, "Oh, you're too old for this," and they begin to feel, "Oh, I'm too old for this." But all of a sudden, if they have this opportunity and they succeed, it's empowering.
Yeah, it's great. I love hearing about.
Well, they can
and
also
it's-
call, if they
Right.
can't do it, they can call in and we'll help them by phone. We'll just walk them through it by phone and place their order.
All right, excellent. Well, I
So
love hearing
now we're
about
starting to
that.
serve, we're also starting to serve people outside of that site. A
Okay.
separate, what we call RPL, remote point location, where we deliver right to residential doors.
Is that in New Hallville? That area?
Everywhere in Greater New Haven. We're getting
Oh.
requests everywhere.
Oh, great. And for almond milk. This is good.
Well, see, now if they have, we're going to start doing special diets.
Mm.
The software program we use now, we can specify what foods are specific to special dietary concerns.
Mm.
And when people sign up, they can say, well, I have lactose intolerance, so we can check that. So they only see lactose-free foods or gluten-free foods, whatever.
And all these benefits the food. There's no charge for it. At
No
the
charge at
recipient.
this time, no.
Well, Sandra Kops from NSS Nutrition Security Solutions. This has been educational and I hope beneficial to you on the great give.org, where the tally is getting close to $1 million. I hope some of that will belong to NSS. Thank you so much for thank you so much for coming on and great good luck to you.
Thank you for your questions.
Yeah, well,
your
it's
guiding
interesting.
Questions.
Interesting.
Well,
all right.
See us next year.
You be well.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right.
Yeah, so you're listening to The Great Give, a 36-hour online giving event to support local nonprofits. And you're listening to that on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. And it's all yours, Alan.
So our next guest is this Joanne Javusuk? Can't hear you.
We hear you now. You're fine.
Joanne, give me
Sounds
that
good.
last. I'm sorry?
How are you today?
Okay, how are you?
Good. You've been a busy guy all morning.
I guess so. My neck is telling me I have my neck's been. So tell me about Peter's Rock, which I know nothing about and I want to learn.
Good. I'm happy that you don't know, because if that means others don't know, they'll learn a little bit today about it as well. In the early 70s, the Connecticut Forest Association designated certain areas throughout Connecticut as open space. And about 15 years ago, a group of people within North Haven got together and named it Peters Rock Association, or Peters Rock Park. And there's about 235 acres, and hiking trails were formed, a picnic area was formed, there's a meditation area, there's a community garden, and everything is available to the public free of charge. Overall, the park is maintained by about 12 members of the board, but we certainly rely on a lot of our members to come and do work, and nobody gets paid anything. We are strictly supported by donations from the public. All the events that we hold throughout the year, again, are offered free of charge to the public. So we invite people to come out and hike. The highest point in North Haven is at the summit off the Red Trail. It's about a mile long. So people can hike up there, and at the top, there are just some awesome views. If people go to The Great Give and look at our profile, they'll see some awesome pictures. You can see Sleeping Giant. You can see the New Haven Harbor. You can see the Hanging Gardens of Meriden. It's absolutely gorgeous up there. In addition, you can pack a lunch. There's porta potties there. There's a little meditation area so you can sit and read a book or contemplate the world's problems. It's a great area for physical, just to get out there and do something. You feel good emotionally. It's just all around a good place to be.
So this is Peters Rock goes back to the 19th century, right?
Oh, Peters Rock goes even back further than that. the story goes is that there was a revolutionary person by the name of Peter Brockett, and he made his home as a hermit someplace on the lands of Peter's Rock. It's been called many names over the years. Peter's Rock, Rabbit Rock, because there's a bazillion rabbits that seem to find their way there.
But the Peter was Peter Brockett.
Peter was Peter Brockett.
The hermit.
A hermit.
Well, no wonder there's a meditation space if you got a hermit.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So this is, please clarify, this is how much acreage or how much land, and what's the ownership? It's not owned by the town or the state. It's privately held.
It's owned by the state of Connecticut. It's open space. The very summit is actually called a park, that part of it, but it won't be developed for any commercial type activity. It's strictly there. Actually, the mission of the board is to maintain, preserve, and improve the land for the use, for public use. And that's exactly what the board does. Unfortunately, when we had that tornado back in November, about a year and a half ago, it really devastated the park. And thank goodness for all our volunteers that came in with their chainsaws and cleared a lot of the trails and remarked the trails with new signage, etc. Otherwise, the park would be unusable today. But because of the volunteers, all that is in the past. People can actually come out now and hike and picnic and do all sorts of great things.
And what is
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
What's the little building it's in the picture? That looks like a little building.
That's actually the Hermitage. Way back in the early 1900s, a group of New Haven business people hiked up to the top and put what is called the Hermitage. It was sort of a men's club, a hiking club. Now, rumor has it that it was burnt down because for the first time a woman went in there and cooked, but that's just hearsay. But that is, if you go to the park today, which is located on 133 Middletown Avenue in North Haven, you'll see that our picnic area is sort of a replica of the original Hermitage, where you can sit and picnic and enjoy your lunch or early dinner. And that club has actually since burnt down. So it's not up at the top. But if you do hike the summit, you will find it looks like a wine cellar or some type of a kitchen where goods were kept, and it's still there, preserved today. There's a well that's up there as well that they obtained their clean running water from when it was the Hermitage Club back in the early 1900s.
My, oh my, this place is full of secrets, like just looking
Unfortunately, it's a hidden gem here in North Haven, and we're trying to get the voice level up to let people know to come hike, to come enjoy the outdoors and take advantage of the park. The nice thing about our board is throughout the year, we present several programs. We do guided hikes. We do a story hour in which we participate along with our local library, where we take a book and take it apart. We put them on stanchions throughout the park, and families will go from stanchion to stanchion and read the story as they go throughout their hike on the park. October every year, we hold an annual fall festival, again, free of charge. In the past, we've always offered lunch, snacks, water for the hike. With COVID, unfortunately, food was a non-given, but we hope to bring it up again here in October. So we're inviting everybody to keep an eye out for our date, which is mid-October, Sunday the 17th. It'll be hosted. It's a nice event, a nice family event.
And you also, Peters Rock is also an important raptor migration path. Raptors, those are what, birds of prey, right? Vultures.
I promise you won't see those there. Although there have been hundreds of different species of birds that have been located on a bird hike that we've been there. There's deer, there's fox, but for the most part, when hikers are there, these animals seem to run and hide the other way.
You know, I've been in Southern Connecticut for 20 years now, more or less, and I realize as each year goes by, I learn about another place that I have not gone to, and this is at the top of my list now. Peters Rock, excellent. And how what's your experience? Are the people who utilize the area the North Haven people, or people come from Or is it?
Oh,
it-
no, we have people coming from everywhere.
It's
matter
not a
of-
secret. Okay.
No, last spring, we had a family that was driving from New Jersey up to Maine that stopped there for lunch. They found us on our website at petersrockassociation.org. They
Mhm.
stopped for lunch. There's an information center where you can type in and ask us a question. They asked if we sold T-shirts. Could they send us one? Because they stopped there and took advantage of the park, etc. There's two other opportunities for people from all over to come. We have a community garden. It's an organic garden. It's totally enclosed, all the mulch, and there's water there for people so you can socialize at the same time, do your little gardening. But the big thing for us right now is we've really gotten a lot of young people who are mountain bike riders, not motorized. ATVs are not allowed in the park because they really dig up the trails, but mountain bikes. And we are in the process of putting in a mountain bike trail. The
Wow.
first 5 miles are almost completed, and we hope to extend it 10 miles. And that's actually one of our big reasons for being involved with the Big Give, because we need funding to actually do this. And I'd say we probably had about 30 or 40 bikers there last weekend working on it and then doing their 5-mile tricks with their bikes. So whether you're young, whether you're an older person like myself, you can get out there and take advantage of the park. There's something for everybody.
Well, you really made that case, Joanne. Thank you so much for telling us about Peters Rock. And people should go to the site, thegreatgive.org.
Absolutely.
On our radiothon here on WNHH, our Zoomathon, and dial in Peters Rock Association. And
Peters Rock Association.
And let's extend the mountain bike trail.
Absolutely. We need your help to do it and to keep it going.
All right. Well, we thank you very much for, telling us about this, another one of Southern Connecticut's secret treasures. Not so secret.
No, I
anymore.
hope not anymore.
Not
And I know
anymore.
you've asked some of your guests to sing, and I promise if you asked me, I would clear out your audience because I can't sing. But what I will do is I will extend a very, very warm invitation to everybody to please come out and hike the rock. National Trails Weekend is coming up the weekend of June 5th. And on Sunday at 1 o'clock, come meet at the park on Middletown Avenue. There'll be a guided hike to the summit. So if you're a little nervous about going into the woods and getting lost, no fear. Somebody will be there to guide you to the summit. And once you get to that top, you will be awarded wonderful memories because the view is absolutely phenomenal up there. It's an awesome, awesome view. So come join us that day.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you for
Well, thank you.
Thank you for joining us on the Great Giveathon, Radiothon, WNHH, and support the Peters Rock Association. And we'll
Yes,
see you
and-
again. Good
You
luck.
bet. And again, thanks for having me. Take care,
All right,
everybody.
Good luck. All right.
Hey, Alan, how you doing?
All right. Can you give me just a second here? Or do we have another? We have a guest in the waiting room?
We have a guest in the waiting room, but we could go to music if you want, and then we'll come back with the guest if you need a break.
Yeah, just give me 45 seconds.
All right, no problem. You're listening to The Great Give, a 36-hour online giving event to support local nonprofits on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. While Alan takes a quick break, I'm gonna play some music, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi there. We're back with the Great Give-a-thon, Radiothon, Zoomathon.
Okay, we're back. I'm gonna let in Jennifer Paradis.
Paradis, right.
And she is with.
Bethel Homeless Shelter.
Okay. And let me get out of here. All yours, Alan.
Jennifer, welcome.
Hi, hello, how are you? Thank you.
Well, we're happy to see you. Tell us about Bethel Homeless Shelter in Milford.
Yeah, so we are the only emergency shelter between New Haven and Bridgeport. We serve men, women, families, and veterans. We have 2 emergency shelter programs, one that runs all year round and a winter shelter program through those colder months. But we actually offer a continuum of services. We often say shelter saves lives while housing ends homelessness. And so the goal is actually to keep people out of shelter by assisting them in the front end of the system, or by helping them with permanent supportive housing resources at the end of the system to prevent recidivism. We also have a soup kitchen that's open 7 days a week to the public. So we see a lot of our community members in and outside of our homeless population in the greater Milford area in that program.
Well, how long has the operation been operating there in Milford?
Yeah, we've been there 40 years, which is kind of hard to believe. We were originally founded, we were the Combined Parish Action Committee back then. And I give those founding faith communities a lot of credit because instead of kind of trying to onesie twosie, if you will, this issue that they were seeing, homelessness starting to arise in Milford, they banded together, they thought through creative solutions, and they looked to establish a long-term resource in the community that, quite frankly, unfortunately, still exists today. I mean, we really see those needs in the Milford community and every community throughout the state, just like we did 40 years ago. So I'm sure that all those founding faith communities wish that we were a community garden or a recreation club at this point, but we're still doing that emergency work of shelter and food.
So the problem isn't going away. I'm looking at some of the notes here. You've got, as of August 16th, 2021, I think you have this on your site, 45,000 residents were not caught up on the rent, and 157,000 had little or no confidence in the ability to pay the next month's rent. So where do you see the current crazy rental situation, skyrocketing rental situation, leading to you to have more business, I'm afraid?
I know we were watching those numbers very carefully come out from the Connecticut Fair Housing Center as we were really trying to look at how do we best prepare for what we saw as the avalanche after the eviction moratoriums lifted. And so really what was going on in the housing market and with housing security at that time was somewhat unknown because we had these moratoriums in place, but yet the economy was doing crazy things, right? To get people getting back to work was complicated. And of course, now with inflation, those issues are concerning. What we've seen now today is that evictions are not only back to pre-pandemic levels, they are starting to rise above pre-pandemic levels, which isn't really a surprise to us. I mean, the conditions prior to pre-pandemic the people aren't returning back to that time, I guess is the easiest way to put that. It's a lot more complicated. The housing market is kind of on a run. I share that I shop in the same housing market as someone looking for a new place to live myself as the folks that we serve at the center, because there's not enough housing stock that is affordable no matter what income bracket that you're in. And unfortunately, in those circumstances, those that are deeply low income often are, those that are most vulnerable or left out of the system completely. What I'd say is that we really see the homeless population in general broken up into several different categories. One of those categories is folks who are experiencing it for the first time, and we are seeing a rise in that population. But we're also seeing a rise in folks who are chronically homeless. They have been in and out of the homeless system, and they often are also experiencing co-occurring disorders, mental health issues, substance use issues. And so what that tells us is that we can't, just because not every problem is a nail, just because we have a hammer. Like, we really need to be skilled professionals at this and really address the needs of everybody coming into the system just slightly different and tailored to what their specific circumstances are, which is what our system is built to do. When you are supporting agencies like Bethel, it's not just about choosing to give your money to an organization and not give it to somebody who's panhandling. It's really giving that money to someone who's skilled and who has the resources and knowledge of how to best respond to each individual case.
Right. So as Jennifer, is it Paredes? Paredes, sorry, has been explaining on behalf of Bethel Homeless Shelter here on the greatgive.org, WNH's Radiothon, Zoomathon. You can go to thegreatgive.org and support this 40-year-old organization that is serving a need that unfortunately is just not going away. As a reporter here on the New Haven Independent over the last many years, we've covered the homeless count. We've covered various campaigns to end homelessness among veterans, to end homelessness among families, and with some specific successes over the years. But what do you see as the magic bullet? Is the magic bullet, or if there is one, I guess that's the first question, might it be somehow to deal with building a ton more housing that is affordable to people?
Yeah, well, I appreciate you going through that. And, what I'd say is that as a reader of the New Haven Independent, what I've appreciated about the stories is not just about what the problems are and what the kind of system solutions are. It's also about the experience of people who are engaging in the system. And that's so important. It's not just about having the right resources at the table to end homelessness. It's also about ensuring that people are treated with dignity and respect as they access these services, which is, to do all of these things at the same time, it really takes support on all levels. And to your question around kind of the magic bullet, I'm a believer that we have potentially all the resources we need in order to do this at our fingertips. There was just a report that came out of Houston I believe, that they successfully reduced homelessness in their city by 69% over the past several years using federal dollars, state dollars, and municipal dollars, and ideas, like really bringing people to the table and saying it's not any one of us, it's not on any one of us to solve 100% of this. We have to work effectively together to understand this is a dynamic issue that's ever changing. It's not about, we have 300 families that need vouchers, get vouchers, house these families, and we're done. It's really ebbing and flowing every single day. And so what I'm a believer in that this is possible. It is a solvable issue. We just need everybody to be at the table and prioritizing this as the integral part of everyone's lives that it is. Housing is connected to every single thing that we do. And when we have safe and stable housing, we're able to realize our full potentials. And that's what we're asking for the folks we serve at the center. So I'm an internal optimist, but I think we know what we need to do, and hopefully as we continue to see these numbers rise, we also see folks coming to the table, ready to work together on long-term solutions.
Yeah. And so that's the view of Jennifer Paredes from the Bethel shelter. So the money that you're raising through the greatgive.org is for general purposes, or is there a new initiative or a specific new need that you've isolated there, something capital or something programmatic, or is it just to keep all the good work in general going?
Yeah, well, although certainly general operating is important, often a lot of our fundraising is to help support just the bottom line of keeping these programs running each and every year. What we'd like to do is dedicate the Great Give this year to really supporting our diversion services. It's our youngest program. It's homeless prevention. It's responding to singles, men, singles, family, youth in our community, and really trying to prevent them from needing to access the shelter system in the first place. The more people we can divert by at the front door, the more we can do work in ending homelessness. And so right now we have one powerhouse of a woman who is our diversion specialist. She covers 7 shoreline communities, including Milford. And we'd really like to see that program grow in all the necessary ways it needs to in order to best respond. Last year, we supported 150 households in that program, diverting them from needing emergency shelter services. And again, the more we can prevent, the more we can work on ending homelessness. So that's our effort there.
So by diversion, you mean if a family has like a sudden medical situation or something that throws them into a crisis, addressing that at that point to keep people in the housing that they have. Is that what diversion means, or is it probably more complex than that?
Slightly, but really overall, no. I mean, a lot of the significant portion of the folks who are accessing homeless services are because, it's for the first time. Maybe they've lost a job and they're in transition, or they had that huge medical expense that they've been faced with and needing to reconcile that. Diversion happens within the 14 days prior to the date that you think that you will become homeless. So we call that an imminent risk of homelessness. And so we rely on community partners to help kind of in that period of time prior to 2 weeks of, and so it really is, again, unique for everybody, right? I mean, last week we diverted somebody to Puerto Rico who their sister lived in Puerto Rico. They had been from Connecticut and he had been in Connecticut, but ultimately, his barriers were significantly higher and he was going to be housed immediately if he just went to live with family, which is something that we all do in times, when we need to. So sometimes it's about just rebuilding those connections with family. Other times it's helping folks look for units that are affordable to them in communities that are accessible to them. That's a lot of the work we do, is engaging with landlords and helping them understand our system while also helping the client kind of navigate the system. So it ranges, but it's certainly a program that we want to see supported more. We'd like to increase staffing there if possible in the near future.
So in the instance of that person who had family in Puerto Rico, did the diversion or the intervention include helping the person with the airfare to get to Puerto Rico, stuff like that?
Absolutely. We packed his lunch.
Packed his lunch too. Yeah, a lot of people really don't understand that sometimes it's just like a relatively modest intervention at the right time that can make all the difference.
Absolutely. A lot of this is about understanding what the need is and the timing of need and targeted efforts in that moment. You're exactly right. And in this case, we have conversations with the client. We have conversations with where they're going. There was a language barrier between our diversionist and their family in Puerto Rico. So we relied on partners to help to ensure that everything was kind of validated and safe. But yeah, so he, we purchased his airfare and watched him as he kind of flew down and connected with us when he got there and, just kind of making sure that everything went smoothly. And those cases happen pretty frequently. We had something very, very similar. An individual actually who lived in one of our encampments. So he was unsheltered, and we reconnected with his, again, sister on Facebook, of all places, and was able to reestablish a relationship between him and his sister that had fractured over the years. And in that case, we supported the family with food for about 2 months while they rebuilt their relationship, and they've been successful to this day, and it's been about 2 years.
Yeah, there you go. Well, you're listening to some success stories from the Jennifer Paradis at the Bethel Shelter in Milford here on the Great Give Radiothon on WNHH Community Radio. And so go to thegreatgive.org and put in Bethel Shelter, and we should continue this important work. And you don't have to think of homelessness as just something that will be here forever. There are a lot of nonprofits and there are a lot of resources. Often it is just pulling it together and coordinating it, which is our experience right here in New Haven. Also, I think we've done a lot better in this area. You're supposed to entertain us, Jennifer, I think, with a song or a lyric, or maybe your smile will do. if you would like, now is the hour.
Certainly. Well, I won't do a song. Sorry to disappoint, but where I'm really, obviously this is hard work, right? It's really about, you have to care about the work that we're doing. And so my kind of population that I gravitate to the most, and whenever there's like an opportunity to volunteer in our agency, I'm like in the van on the way. And that's really engaging with our unsheltered population. There is a lot of research around panhandling and homelessness, and kind of the nature of panhandling, and how we as citizens react to people who are experiencing homelessness and who are visible to us. And so I found this poem. There are many out there, but really it's the point is humanizing these people who are experiencing homelessness. We really are, it could happen to anyone. Most of us are a paycheck away. And so when we can humanize those folks who are experiencing homelessness, we should. And I think it will help the work be more efficient and effective along the way. So this is called The Beggar. It's by Anonymous. So all day, all the day, in the dust, in the heat, with maddening brain and with staggering feet, I stand on life's highway and I beg my soul's meat. All day, all the day, in the cold, in the rain, through the days that are vapid, timeless with pain, I stretch out my hand to the rich and in vain.
Well, not in vain, as long as we have the Bethel Homeless Shelter and Jennifer Paradis at work. Thank you very much for that. And support the shelter in Milford by going to thegreatgive.org and putting in the Bethel Shelter. And thank you again for being here. And we'll see you again next year and in between, I hope.
I hope so too. Good luck today. You're doing great work.
Thank you. Thank you for the poem. It's a good one. That's a good one. Okay. And this is Alan Appel, your host, along with Harry Droz. And you can also support the online journalism project by going to thegreatgive.org. Right, Harry? We could use that.
Yeah, we'll take it.
All right. Did we have one more? We have one more guest?
We have one more guest, which looks like a whole group of people. So let's see who this is, or if they're all together.
I think it's a Squash Haven.
Yeah, and who is it? It's Abilene. All right. So let's start with one person. Let's see if the rest are with him. Because there's like 5 other people in the guest room.
Hello.
How's it going? Oh,
no, I got you. I unmuted you now. Do you have a group of people with you?
yes. So it's Julie, who's my executive director, and then it should be Michael and Chris Mesa. So it's when Squash Haven rolls up, we roll up in a team.
Okay, so Julie and Chris, and I think we got all of them, right?
Yep, I think Chris is there. You go. Yep, that's the team rolling in.
All right. So you're listening to The Great Give, a 36-hour online giving event to support local nonprofits. And you're listening to that on WNHH LP 103.5 FM, your home for community radio. Alan, it's all yours.
Well, I'm just looking to see if welcome everybody, by the way. This is Alan Appel, a reporter with New Haven Independent. And in that capacity, I think I've done several stories about the founding of Squash Haven. I think, how old are you now? Not that old, but 10 years?
We are 15 years, Alan, in our 16th.
Wow. Amazing. Well, that's all right, because I think I covered some fundraiser, and I've been doing this for about 15 or 16 years, and that was in the beginning. But and you have evolved. Well, tell us how you began and where you are now, where 79% of Squash Haven team members matriculate at college and universities, and good ones. And there's all kinds of scholarship money that goes their way. And all this comes through playing squash. Now, you have to explain to people who don't know what Squash Haven is, how that miracle occurs, because it's not just squash.
No, and in fact, there could be a good case made for a rebranding, Alan, because I think for folks who don't know what we do, the squash being part of our name without the rest of it, which is really robust support, not being part of it, is a little misleading. So
I mean, you took my clue exactly. Please, so let's clarify that.
Okay, so I'll start off and just introduce myself quickly. I'm Julie Greenwood, the executive director, and have been fortunate enough to be here since Squash Haven's founding, along with, and I'll get you guessing, Alan, along with one of the other Squash Haven representatives who's on this call. So to answer the question, Squash, as our program director who's been at Squash Haven for 14 years, is the hook. But really what Squash Haven is a community that is built through an intensive and longitudinal program that combines rigorous academic support and enrichment with college access and career development, all in the context of a competitive squash team. So for our students, Squash Haven is one of the most important commitments, and over time, a big part of their lives. And I think where the sort of sports piece comes into play is that our kids are striving for excellence, but they're not striving for individual excellence. They're striving for excellence in the context of a team, where they have great relationships with and connections to the staff as well as their fellow teammates. And so it's really not about sort of individual attainment. It's about really like sort of, community empowerment and uplift with folks who know each other from very early points in their lives and stick together through thick and thin until they're grown-ups. That's right. And that to me was my big takeaway is that people who get involved with the program are with the program from, I don't know, elementary school, middle school, all the way through getting into college and beyond. That's what you mean by longitudinal, right? Sure thing. Do you all want to, and we have some folks who will very much speak to that here, Alan. Right. I'm just wondering if I recognize any of these people from, was it a fundraiser at Mednick's house? Steve? Lauren Mednick worked for us for a year, but we didn't do a fundraiser at her house that I recall. What's her name again? Lauren Mednick, Steve's daughter. Yeah. Well, she was among the founders, correct? Was not. No. No. Okay. All right. I could be conflating. But anyway, yes. So, Chris Meza, maybe you can chime in and tell me everything I should know but don't know about Squash Haven.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm the senior at Metropolitan Business Academy.
Okay.
And I've joined Squash Haven since 6th grade, so this is my 7th year in the program. And what I can say about squash is that It's a really fun place for me to be at, and somewhere where I can express myself. And I just find it. I think it's a really fun sport to play. Squash is a fun sport to play. And I really enjoy the academic support that I get from all the staff. And they've helped me get into a college that I wanted to go to for a while now. And it's Connecticut College in New London.
Where are you going to go, Chris?
Connecticut College.
Oh my gosh. What do you want to know about it? Both my children went to Connecticut College.
Oh, really?
My son was the star midfielder on the soccer team.
Oh wow!
But I did not know they play squash there.
Yeah, they do.
Oh, good. Well, congratulations.
Thank you.
That's great. How many kids are involved? I mean, how do you? I guess you have kids who are involved actively in the program, and then you have your alums who are out there who are involved, but in a different way. I mean, guess how many kids are playing squash at any given time is the question. I don't know who I'm asking. Anybody?
Christian, you want to take that one?
Yeah, I'll just jump right in, but then I'll turn it over to, I think, who would be able to better answer that question is Michael. But I would say, I think, Squash Haven, like Julie mentioned, we work with, you're asking about how many kids are playing squash every day. And so I would say, like, in a given week, we serve about 120 kids in the 5th through 12th. So, we have that many kids running around playing squash. And then we also have about 40 team members who are in college, and about half of them also play college squash at the varsity level. Chris mentioned he's going to Connecticut College. He's going to play squash. Michael, who's also on the call, was the captain of the team at Connecticut College. And so squash continues to be, for many of our students, a really fun piece that they connect with when they're in college. And so, to add to a little bit what Julie said, I think like what makes Squash Haven special, and I think for people who don't know about Squash Haven, is that, yes, squash is certainly like one of the hooks of our program. But I would say what's at the heart of our program are the relationships that we have at Squash Haven. It's the relationships that kids have with each other, relationships that staff have with each other, and then the relationships that staff have with kids as well. And I think like when I think about Squash Haven, I think about those relationships. And I think sort of like what Chris mentioned, to echo what he said, that like this place is ultimately a place that's like about kids having fun too. We support kids with their academics and with school, although school is really fun, I will say. And we take them to tournaments and get them to play squash and do community service around the neighborhood. I think all of those things are a means to an end, right? And the end being youth development, like making sure that like people have, like young people in New Haven have meaningful opportunities to connect with the city, to connect with each other. And I think that that's what makes Squash Haven such a fun place. And I think so many kids over the years, if you ask any Squash Haven kid, and I'm sure Michael and Chris will reiterate that, is that Squash Haven is oftentimes, they call it their second home.
Yes.
And part of the reason why it's that second home is because of the relationships that we have. And part of it is because we work with kids for such a long period of time. And maybe I can turn it over to Michael, who I think can tell you how long he's been in the program and what his relationship to Squash Haven looks like now, because he's a grown-up now.
I think I interviewed Michael back at this fundraiser at somebody's house that I can't remember. I don't know. But Michael, tell me how many, my guess is that you've got a long waiting list of people who want to begin to participate with Squash Haven. And so maybe tell us that, and what so many nonprofits kind of expand into different areas. But it seems to me from what you're all telling me is that Squash Haven has found something that they do that's unique, that's special. And you're continuing to do that, but my guess is that your growth is simply is what, to be able to offer this wonderful thing to more kids. Would that be right?
Absolutely, yeah. I think just to share a little bit about my Squash Haven journey. So I was in the first recruiting class in 2007. So I've actually known Julie since I was 9 years old, turning 10 years old. Going into 5th grade, I stuck with the program through high school and college. I attended Hill Regional Career High School, where I was, during that time, we all competed as Squash Haven under one team. So I was captain of the Squash Haven team, and then I went on to complete a postgraduate year at Pomfret School after that, which is a private boarding school in Pomfret, Connecticut. And then afterwards, as Christian mentioned, I did go on to Connecticut College, where I captained the varsity squash team. Currently, I'm still based in Connecticut right now, and I joined the Squash Haven board last year. So it's definitely just been a very, I think, phenomenal experience for me. I'm glad that Christian brought up the strong point of kind of having that sense of being a second home for students. I can definitely say that that's one of the special pieces of Squash Haven. I think that there's a strong sense of belonging for each kid that's participating in the program. And I think that even in my experience, at the end of the day, Squash Haven always feels like home, regardless of where I am or what I'm doing.
Mm. And so, I guess, just tell us briefly, since I think I've just been informed alas that we're running over. Tell us briefly what Squash Haven really needs as you're looking down the road as an organization. Tell us briefly that, and as you tell us, what the plans are. People can go to thegreatgive.org and dial in Squash Haven and maybe contribute to that. So give us a minute or so on that, and then we have to say goodbye and good luck, apparently.
Well, I'll just speak quickly to where we're looking at in terms of potential for growth in the future, Alan, and that is that we are hoping to grow to be more like 20 kids per grade, which would have us at 160 kids in our 5th through 12th grade program, and then 60 alumni. So growing by about 50%. Over the next 5 years. We actually already are sort of piloting larger cohort sizes. Christian, who's our director of college access and persistence, has a junior class right now of how many, Christian? 20, 19?
Yeah, of about 20 kids. Mm-hmm.
So he's doing very individualized college placement work with that crew. And we found that bigger cohort sizes in some ways really lend themselves, without going too big, lend themselves to even more kind of rich relationship building and more rich community building, and allow kids a sense of growth kind of over time, as opposed to when it's too confined, they feel like, this place is the same as it's been since I was 10. So we're looking to grow modestly, but significantly. I'd say the biggest challenges we're facing are related to space. For the past 2 years, we have not historically, from our inception, the program was based in Yale's Payne Whitney Gym. And we are going to be returning there for the first time since the pandemic this summer, which we're really excited about. But access to both, additional court access and classroom space as we grow is going to really be sort of where we need additional resources.
Thank you so much, Julie and Christian and Michael and Christian.
Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to do your talent.
Yeah, well.
We have somebody lined up, and then we have guests lining up, and we're running over. So, I mean, unless you got something really quick that you could give us.
We certainly do. In the next 30 seconds, I think Mr. Meza, was going to grab his racket and show us a little squash kill. Obviously, our viewers might not be able to see it, but Chris, if you want to go ahead and get your racket, grab a ball, and while Chris is doing that in the next 20 seconds, I'll give you a couple more lightning rounds about Squash Haven. So go ahead, Chris, take it away.
Yeah.
And you can see him bouncing the ball up and down. So Squash Haven, like Julie mentioned, it's in our 15th program year. We have Squash Haven students coming from 25 different public schools in New Haven. We currently have Squash Haven students represented at over 30 colleges and universities throughout the country. Squash Haven students are represented from around the world, some coming from countries in Africa, Latin America, and Asia. The sport of squash is played in over 185 countries in the world. Even the Titanic had a squash court, fun fact. Students who start at Squash Haven since the 5th grade can have a 15-year formal relationship with the program, but as well as a lifetime of support. And the biggest fun fact about Chris here is that he's our little Squash Haven celebrity. He was our keynote speaker at our main showdown fundraiser event. And as you can see, a team leader, one of our standout students, one of our student workers, and obviously not shy about showcasing his talents on air. And on that note, we can end there. Thank you, Chris.
Well, it's pretty impressive that you also teach speed talking. So that's pretty good.
Yeah, and I would just add that that was a wonderful recitation. I dropped the Titanic example.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks
so,
everybody for the opportunity. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you
Take
Thank
care.
you so much.
very much. All right. So here we go, Alan. I guess you're done.
I hope so. I mean, it's been great, but I can't move my neck. No, but it's been great. Is somebody taking over or are we done?
Yeah, Paul is taking over. So
All right, I'll see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock.
sign off. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Go to thegreatgive.org and support online journalism headed by the wonderful Paul Bass, who's coming online.